So slight issue.
What's up?
I may have. Oh, I need to sell a car because I've got like 5 car slots because I started a new save and then just gave myself everything unlocked and money.
Yeah.
So I have like 5 car slots.
But
does it increase later in the? I can't remember.
yeah, but you can choose between like my cars and your career cars.
Oh, you can do my car. Okay.
Yeah. You have to go to the main menu anyways. Inside the career, you're not gonna be able to start races. Okay. So the idea is to build your cars in my cars. I mean, you can use the ones that you already have from the career. That's not an issue. I'm not sure you can tune them here though. You probably would have to tune them in the career, and then come back.
Okay. Oh, I will figure it out. All right, welcome to the stream, chat.
Yeah, no worries. I'm gonna help you out.
Kuru is here. We're gonna be playing some Need for Speed Carbon online. This is a mod. I don't know if you've seen this thing. It's incredible. It's basically the single player section of Carbon, but online. And there's things I want to check out. People have been telling me to check this out for a while, so that's what we're gonna do. Yeah, Kuru's here. Kuru is here. He's gonna spank me on.
So engine's full horsepower. Transmission, you don't really need to do much unless you feel like you're reaching a top speed all the time. Over and understeer is one of those things. Let's see. Slightly oversteery. 223. So basically the last one. A bit more understeery. Right. The idea being you want the car to drift less because when you're drifting, you're going to lose speed.
Yep. Around
high speed corners. So when I say 223, it's like first, second, and third row, right? So 2 is in the middle, 3 is on the right, 1 is on the left.
I'm not even in the game yet.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
I'm going from memory at the moment.
Hi, I'm Emmanuel Vaugier. The moves that you and your crew do in the game are meant to stay in the game. In the real world, drive safe, obey the...
This is apparently Yokohama sponsored for the tires. It's the only brand available. True, the Carrera GT doesn't have a turbo.
Turn off those EA tracks, thank you very much. Unfortunately.
Yeah, the one thing you might want to consider turning off is post-processing, because that's a motion blur on the borders.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, they renamed it, so it's not motion blur, but now it's post-processing.
Thank you so much, Yuri. 2 months. Been watching since Need for Speed Payback. I love you too.
Chat, you can hear Thea, right?
I hope so.
Just want one confirmation, and then we're good to go. Yes. Loud and clear.
I thought they shut down the servers. Aha, well.
Did they now?
Did they? they definitely... Did they? It's a good point, actually. They're pretty good about it, to be honest, Need for Speed.
Oh, you mean the original Carbon servers?
Yeah.
Yeah, they've been down for forever.
Oh, okay.
That's why this mod exists. I couldn't even tell you when they turned off Carbon. Maybe someone in the chat knows.
Yeah, because I mean, from memory, Undercover still works, I think.
I honestly don't know.
Because they only delisted it like a couple years ago, so as it goes, they're not bad.
Funny. It remembered the server
and an exotic this time,
that
Theo.
I didn't use last. That makes a lot of sense.
So, oh no, don't revert. Post-processing, it's called, right?
Yep.
All right. Goodbye.
Okay. Let me check if I changed anything else. I mean, You want mouse power? I know that.
Nope.
Dirty Imperials.
So just full horsepower, right?
Yep. Did you already configure your controller?
No, I should do that too.
Yeah. Oh, your first race is going to be a very slow one. You can use the automatic gearbox. They actually buffed it in the most recent update. So it's more easy to keep up with manual. I think for absolute optimum, sure, you can still use a manual, but most people, myself included, are not that good at this game to shift perfectly on on a variety of tracks. So
Why are you playing this when you could be playing Fast Food Simulator again, Pants Orange?
automatically going to be good to go. Yeah, that's basically it. Motion blur off, set the controller, and then I'll help you out with online. It's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, Neff, I mean, I could play more of that if people actually genuinely want that. So I'm just gonna leave the.
I mean, that's the thing with the automatic gearbox anyways. Like, most people still play on a controller and use the automatic gearbox to just want to enjoy the game, right? So makes a lot of sense to have that in a somewhat competitive way, because I think the Black Box guys overdid it a little bit with the nerf on the automatic gearbox in this game.
Alright, controller.
You got this.
It always bothered me how, like, oh no, don't do this to me. Oh, okay, if it comes up as 2 controllers, that's fine.
Oh yeah, it did really well on the Most Wanted auto gearbox. Especially, it's fantastic for cop chases. Right, you hit a roadblock, or you get stuck on a wall. You hit just the cop in the back, and it switches multiple gears perfectly. It's really good. I would have actually liked if they kept that for carbon.
I'm full focused on setting these controls. Hang on. I always miss something.
I mean, you're a really good YouTuber, but your multitasking needs some work, bro.
No, my multitasking is terrible.
The thing is, you do need a little, you need to be in the autistic spectrum to be as multitasking able as I am.
Oh, I know. I've got no chance.
It's funny because I had my sister over like 2 months ago, and we were playing Uno, right? Okay. And she could not have a conversation while playing Uno. Like, either she was either concentrating on the game, or she was talking. She couldn't do both. Like, she would stop playing when she talked, and everyone was like, "Come on, do your turn." Or she was playing but completely silent. And not seeing like what conversation was even going on. It was very interesting to see. I mean, for me it makes sense because I've streamed for many years, and for Lisa it makes sense because she's around kids all the time, and multiple kids right at work. So it's pretty fun. If you're not accustomed to that kind of stimulus.
I'm already being told to not disappoint. Again.
Not again. Yeah. Darius is watching.
I have something to do after. See you.
Hey, appreciate that. Thank you so much, Live to Offend. All right, no, my mic is low. No, my mic isn't low. My mic is normal. It's just Kuru's is louder, so I've turned. That's the solution I've got for you. I've turned Kuru's
mic
mic
controller.
down.
Press online. If you're wondering, the main menu is called the front end.
Cool. All right.
I was always like, when they use this terminology front end, like, that's developer speak, right?
Yeah, that is.
Like, for
that
me,
is
it's
full...
just the main menu.
That is developer speak.
But to be fair, in the menus it also says FE volume, and I never knew what it meant.
So you go into career, right? To
No. Stay in the main menu. Go to online.
oh no, I did that. So then after that, do I go to career?
Yeah, then it asks you for player name, the server address, and to connect.
Yep.
Right?
Mhm.
All right. We're on 1337.
Yep.
All right. So once you got that, press T on your keyboard.
All right.
So, do you see, for example, where it says /join77?
No.
Yeah, it's probably too long ago. So only I can see it.
Oh, I can see you started a race. Kuru, someone started a race. Oh, you said someone started a race. Okay.
Yeah. I forgot how to start a race. Balladino, one guy in my chat. Balladino, what do I need to type to start a race myself? All right, now you can see it. Now you just type /join and 78.
Okay.
The only thing you gotta be careful about, your car already has to be selected, right? So you should see your car on the screen, and then you just wait on the front end
Okay.
for the race to start. That's pretty much it. And one more thing is nothing has a hitbox, so you can drive through trash bins, street signs, anything really. Obviously walls, but you can take much tighter lines this way.
I probably just deafened everyone. I really apologize.
And one thing that I started using for Carbon is the hood cam as well, because there's actually quite a bit of elevation changes, and I'm not as familiar with Carbon's world map as I am with Most Wanted, so I actually benefit from that camera in this game.
I just deafened everyone in my chat. My bad.
Oh yeah, shoutouts from the hotshots, Thea. They wish you the best of luck.
Okay, I'm in a race. Cool. I was just making sure I'm actually in the race. Yeah, thank you very much, guys. I'm gonna need it. I'm really gonna need it.
When's the last time you played Most Wanted or Carbon? Because they're obviously pretty similar, handling-wise.
I played Carbon for the newest mod. I think you made a video on it too.
Yeah.
That's where I found it actually. That's the last time I played it, and I played it for about an hour. so
So you know where the gas pedal is. That's the start.
That's yeah.
Oh, it looks like we're starting with a drift race, or it's just a layout from the drift race. Oh, it is just a layout.
I think all games allowed.
It's one of the things that I love about these mods is that they reuse so many different things that are usually meant for other things. Right, they use the city for drift events, and then they use the drift events for races.
Races, yes.
Who is Kuru? Like completely who is Kuru?
I'm getting a lot of who is Kurus.
Like completely.
Yeah, exactly. This thing is incredibly slidey as standard.
Did you set the tires to grip?
Yes. No.
That should be good. Not sure.
No, I did not.
Alright. To be fair, I forgot about that yesterday too. I don't think this is necessarily the best track for Drive GT.
Well, the good news is I'm not last, so at least I don't think I am.
The thing is, I can only see back to 8. I'm actually not,
I'm
not
9.
sure how many people can join us in the race. Might be 20 actually, because that's like the limit that you have in the game.
Well, I'm not last, so that's good. I am, however, 11th. Hey, it's my first race. I never played Carbon Online. I was explaining to Kuru, like, I didn't. I think my first proper online game other than RuneScape was 2008. So I didn't get to jump into Carbon at that time, or any of them.
Yeah, like I did the mistake, or rather, I got scammed by my local store. They sold me a used copy of Carbon because the online code was used inside of it. So I actually never played Carbon Online until this mod came out. So yeah, same game again. Let's join 80.
Oh, we're doing 80. Okay.
Yeah, that's basically how it goes. I'm just gonna make sure that you stay in the front end. If you're anywhere else in another menu, it doesn't teleport you to race start.
Okay. Join.
But yeah, it might have been a blessing in disguise, obviously, because I didn't play Carbon. I played more Most Wanted. Now, before I did this gaming in any kind of professional setting, I just replayed Most Wanted once a year. Like that was one of the games that I just had to replay. That and then a bunch of other RPGs, where I liked the story so much that I just had to play it again. But Most Wanted was definitely one of them. And if you play it like once a year, it still retains most of its magic.
I'd say once a year you can still, definitely, especially compared to the games that came out between that and I'd say like Heat. there isn't much to replay.
Yeah, I mean nowadays we get the luxury of a crap ton of mods for both of those games.
Yeah,
so
yeah, that's true.
Many ways to enjoy the games.
Multiple mods a year.
Yep.
It's like a new game every time.
I mean, if we're talking Pepega mod, yeah, that's a different game.
Yeah.
that is a very different experience. Definitely too much for a handful of people.
This is online through a mod, so basically
crashed. We're good.
This wasn't working online before. I think we can also do free roam, which I really am interested in, but we'll get to that. Whoa! Right, full grip.
You know, one thing I had to learn from Most Wanted speedrunning was actually a different perfect start, because I usually let the needle drop.
Right.
To the perfect RPM range. The problem, if you do that, your turbo has no pressure buildup. So the right way to do it is to actually hold your throttle at the exact correct value, because then you're in the perfect start range and your turbo has boost.
Oh, no corner!
One thing I'm starting to internalize more and more is playing again with the minimap. I did that a lot when I was younger. Every time when there was a new game, I was looking more on the minimap than the actual screen.
Yeah, that's definitely something I did, but less so recently.
Yeah, but
on new games,
it's still good, especially when you're not 100% sure what the layout is going to be like.
Chat, say nothing.
But yeah, I'm actually really blown away how well this is running now.
Oh, I forgot to change mine to widescreen again. I just realized. Yeah, it's not supposed to be like that. Yeah, no, it runs really well.
Remember some early versions where people were like lagging around on the screen much more, kind of
yeah.
from badly optimized games. But also when they finished, the times were not recorded correctly.
Oh, right.
So you had like no idea what the times actually were, and then people were just, you know, writing their finishing times in the chat, and you know, on a gentleman's agreement base.
That's kind of nice.
Put your time down to compare like who actually won. I mean, you can see it. You can see it most of the time, but you know, sometimes there's lag, and you cannot be 100% sure about the correctness of what just happened. Did you really win, or was it like half a second off?
So in terms of can you do like free roam stuff together and stuff as well?
I don't think so.
Okay.
It does work in Most Wanted Online.
Right, okay.
In Most Wanted Online, it's kind of the other way around, where you all join basically the open world, and then you can start events from the open world.
Right.
It's the other way around, where it has to start from the main menu.
Battling for like 14th place here. Well, I was until a shortcut came up. I'm pretty well known for missing every single shortcut. That's my special ability.
The thing is, most of the shortcuts in Carbon are actually good. Most Wanted has plenty where you just don't take them.
See, that works to my advantage because
You don't
I
know
miss
what
them
they
every
are.
time. However, in this game,
you're
Random question. Is it a crime to engine swap an NSX with the Carrera GT V10?
I don't think it's a crime to swap anything with a Carrera V10. You could put it into anything, and it'll be great.
It reminds me of cars that were always terrible, no matter in which game they were. For example, the Aston Martin Vulcan. Right?
Oh yeah.
That car was never good, but it was always like the super expensive hypercar, but with like supercar performance. I was always so disappointed in that thing.
I feel like every game that's in, it's kind of terrible.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like the number one car that always comes to my mind when it comes to disappointing cars. I might not be the biggest Aston fan after all, because I also had beef with the 177.
Really? No. Come
you
on.
Know what is me?
Come on.
You know what is me? It's a spoiler. It is tiny.
Yeah, okay, fair play. But like that's to me that's the car that I remember TDU with, TDU2. And I'm like, good, that's the good times of TDU.
It's one of the few cars where I prefer for the spoiler to just stay where it is. Like don't pop it out, man. This is shameful. But after the most recent TDU fiasco, like TDU looks like a gem.
I played that again on stream yesterday, and
yeah, my stream told me about it. How
I
much
played
did
it
you
for
hate?
4 hours, and you know what? Okay,
Crap.
my experience was better than it was previously, but that doesn't say very much.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about 4 hours, you can play the entire island DLC in less than 4 hours.
I think you can do it in like an hour.
Yeah, I think I got roughly 2 hours with some shenanigans on release day, and I was like, what, that's it? Are you kidding me? That's what we waited for.
But the most jarring thing was when you go to the island and they play that cutscene, and then they're like, "Oh, go talk to her," and it just plays the cutscene again.
Yeah.
Like, why did you even bother? Oh no.
Everything well thought through, planned for years, executed in seconds. Well, it's great to have another game to show people how not to do it.
It's true.
We need those too, right?
Gotta cover all the bases.
I don't know how you feel about this, but every time I look at a new game and what it has and what it doesn't have, I'm like, they had this much time, and that is what they focused on, right? The
Test
priorities.
Drive is
that
the
they
glowing,
choose.
glowing. Why did you do
Example for
this?
that, yeah. Because I can tell from my chat and the YouTube comments that most people have a much better understanding what a game should be.
Than the
Especially
developers
if it's,
themselves,
in
yeah.
Than the developers themselves, yeah.
Yeah.
Where you can tell that a lot of developers did not play the previous games,
Oh yeah.
or very little, or generally don't have too much experience with racing games, so they also can come up with like good additions to an established franchise that would elevate it. It's crazy. It's crazy to me that they are not trying to get more feedback from people. Like if they clearly don't have anyone like that can tell them, you know, what's important, what would be cool.
Well, that's the crazy thing. They actually do. The main guy, the head of the studio, worked on TDU2. He was like I think maybe the creative director, one of the creative directors of TDU2.
Is it that old guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's supposed to be like Mr. TDU. They actually like they took him after Atari kind of binned them up. And it was his kind of idea to go for TDU and get the IP because they were selling it off cheap. And so it's his like baby almost, but they put him in the wrong role, I think, because the amount of times when I was kind of discussing with them, like they didn't have the garage initially in the apartments. They didn't even have that, and it's like, well, you can't do that. You can't not have that in a TDU game. It makes no sense. At the bare minimum, there should be a garage that you can have, even if it's in a hotel. And
if it's all about collecting cars,
Yeah.
you want to look at your cars, right?
yeah,
you
and
want to look at your collection.
and the guy, the old kind of TDU2 guy, he was like, yes, exactly. But it's clear that everyone else that kind of has to filter through his ideas was like, nah, people don't want that. They want a competitive, always online racing game with a TDU name.
I mean, that's like the next thing. Have they not thought about like the actual practicality of their always online system? Because the way you join other people is impossible.
It doesn't make sense.
Like that's like over 10 years ago we noticed in Rivals that does not work. Trying to meet up on the same spot on the map to even start a race together.
It makes no sense. I don't think people thought very much into anything.
Yeah, Dustin makes a good point. Looking at stuff that's generally successful, but not what made them successful. I think that's partly true because I don't think any other game has a stupid online system as TDU does. You can look at the Call of Duty, a League of Legends. They have just, you know, you queue up and then you get together with people. You know, you don't have to meet up on the map somewhere first.
Yeah, it's just so clear that they
Did you join?
overestimated. Oh, what was the join?
83.
They overestimated how many people were going to be playing this game.
Yeah.
And which makes no sense because officially, numbers-wise, TDU2 sold 2 million copies, like total.
Yeah, so they
That's
can't
not a
even
lot.
they shouldn't even expect 2 million.
No,
after
no, exactly.
that many years.
Exactly. Disappointing cars in video games. Lexus LFA? How dare you? Ban them.
I mean, it's a cool car, but I don't think it was ever fast.
No.
So it's kind of,
I mean,
it's kind of right about that.
Right, okay. I mean, the argument would be that the car wasn't even supposed to be fast, right? It's just, it's not. It's Lexus. All show and no go.
Your chat is really on point with the quotes of Most Wanted. That's the point. Not again.
The rev limiter in this is so funny.
Rock me, kiss me, baby.
Nothing that I noticed was this is like an HD
Rock me,
version
kiss
of
me,
it.
baby.
The red
Ichimi,
line
Iume,
does not
Omoyashi,
fully cover
Sukushi no Izuno mon Nakide. Irakari Hagashiku Yasachi,
Like a few
you step
pixels
on
on
your
the
funky
right,
feet
but
again.
not
Now
full.
rock me, kiss me, baby.
So I had a donut. It makes no sense. Wait. Say again, Kuru.
I was just talking about the red line being in the entire interface being in HD. It's not actually covering the full.
Oh yeah, I see.
the
I
full
see.
bar. There's a few pixels there, which I don't think is the case with the original one.
Some misalignment going on there.
Just a little bit. You know, stuff like that doesn't bother me, but I do notice it.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, I played through The Crew and say it's one of my favorite games. I completely understand that. I can ignore things.
Yeah, my biggest, no, not really my biggest beef, but I was really bothered by the basic ass the speedo for all cars.
Oh, yeah.
To me, it always looked like a placeholder. I was confident they're gonna change that for the release because it looks so basic. It's like they used the basic Unity background that someone put into the engine, and it looks so bad.
Speaking of confidence in something that's going to change, when the Unbound leak came out, I was like, nah, that's just pre-graphics. It's not going to look like that. I should probably remove that video.
I mean, it's a nice reminder of how wrong someone can be, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But I also expected the wind lines, for example, to be more of a placeholder, just trying things out.
Yeah, it looked a placeholder, and so I assumed it was going to be like, inspired by Underground, but kind of realistic-y looking.
Yeah.
But I guess not.
Nope.
Thank you so much, X. X, what the hell were you saying? What the hell
Can
was
edit
that?
the dead zone in the input.json file. In which subfolder is that? Minigun? Oh wait, in the NFCO folder. Input.json. Oh yeah, the left dead zone is at 0.1. It seems unnecessarily high. I probably have to restart the game. Get one of those fancy Hall effect controllers.
Fancy. I am going to try something else. I want to try the Veyron. It may be a terrible idea, but you know what?
Giant 85?
Give it a go.
Give it a go.
With a
I
roof.
was trying to find the I was trying to find the list of like the good cars. I talked with Bella about it. Let's see if I can still find it. I'm not sure if we talked about it in chat or in Discord. Let's see.
There are about two performance upgrades, so I'm hoping that that's a good thing. No, I'm mixed on the effects, Spindle. I think the characters is what turns me off. I just can't like them. I just can't. The effects, it's kind of cool actually. I do the toned down ones, but I think you could do like a good mixture. Oh, I can put widescreen on. Hang on. Interface.
Chess asking, when are you gonna play the pre-Underground games?
I played the first Need for Speed. Wait, no, I played like 2 or 3 of them. My first Need for Speed was Porsche Unleashed.
That's a good one.
It is good. It was enjoyable. It was at the time I didn't like Porsches, but
Oh, I fell in love with Porsche back then, but for different reasons. It was like the first simcade for me. Who actually liked the handling, although it was not super arcadey like I was used to and everything else. It was like the first time I was racing in a car that felt like an actual car, and I could do it too, right? So because I also played Gran Turismo 2 before that, I think, and absolutely sucked at that. And I couldn't have any fun with it. But I also remember a rally stage where I could just wall ride and win by a lot. Like they were really mad at me because that's not how you're supposed to drive rally. But Gran Turismo took a while for me to get used to it. And Porsche was actually the first simcade where realistic handling was fun to me.
yeah, I agree. Do you have a wheel setup?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Did you try
yeah.
Assetto Corsa Evo with the wheel?
Not yet.
It's really fun. Like, it's hard to portray on video, but genuinely, it might be the most fun kind of simulator handling in a game on a wheel. It's really fun.
I think that game is gonna be super fun once we get some.
Oh yeah, it's gonna take some
decent
time.
mods for it. Yeah.
And the free roam thing kind of sounds cool. I'm interested in that.
Yeah.
But that's I think that's planned for the summer, the early access version of it. And I think the game's like out this year, end of this year.
It's a sim that's not completely cock and ball torture.
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
I mean, I can kind of understand if you're a long-term sim racer that you want an even bigger challenge.
Yeah.
And ways to distinguish yourself from the rest. But the problem is you just create such a niche within a niche that it just can't be that successful.
Mm-hmm. Yep. No, I agree. I've got a friend that plays a lot of iRacing, and God, it's so sweaty.
Yeah.
Trouser Man. I've not heard that one before.
Did you get in race 85? That doesn't sound like it.
No. I wasn't paying attention.
That's fine. Tell me about your day.
Quite good. Yeah. Did a thumbnail. Edited shorts. I hate editing shorts. Oh my god.
Yeah.
It feels so pointless. It really does.
You know which shorts I actually end up watching? Like some dude in Japan testing out restaurants. Right? Where they just show like a million different meals that you can get in Bum Town, Japan somewhere. And it's like, oh, this is really amazing. Look at these noodles. And it looks really delicious.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good.
It's kind of fun, you know. It's like it's food porn, right?
Yeah. Yeah, short form for me. I try not to.
Yeah, other than that, you know, all I see is like Top Gear shorts. You know, it's like clips from the show. I mean, of course, it's entertaining. They just take the funny bits and put them in a short.
So I use Instagram Reels mostly, and I basically like I try not to bother with it unless it's maybe when I'm on the toilet. That's the only time I'll look at them, and they are quite funny to be fair. But the thing I had, because I used to watch a lot of like TikToks. The thing I had is, genuinely after watching them for maybe an hour, I could not tell you one thing that I remembered from those shorts.
Yeah, I sometimes fall into this, what's it called, death scrolling?
Yeah, doom scrolling. Yeah.
Doom scrolling. When I'm on Twitter.
Yes.
Like recently.
Oh, Twitter is getting bad.
Happens to me. It's getting really bad. Yeah.
So yeah, when I catch myself, I'm like, nah. That's why I'm like only on the toilet.
Yeah, it's like, what the fuck did I just do for the last hour?
Yeah. Stop.
That was a hell of a waste.
Well, I don't know if you heard, but I just missed the start of the race. That's why I've not joined. Is this a talk show or a gaming stream? Bro, shut up. What the hell?
You guys should use these opportunities to ask your burning questions. Our opinions about games, development, or whatever, really.
There you go.
How often do you get that chance? How often has your comment been unanswered in the YouTube section, huh?
Y'all don't use the follower tab. No, I use follow only. I do not use the other one. But the thing is, to use the the discovery tab, I have to use that to like. Basically, I'm always looking for leaks, right? I need to cover these damn leaks or whatever. And there's usually one guy I follow that does all like basically just everything gaming leaks, and I'm always just looking. Need for Speed, EA, some news, some internal changes get reported on Twitter before they actually happen at EA. So like.
Yeah, I remember people talking about Need for Speed being canned way before.
Yeah, before it even happened. Yeah, and you're like, the developers are gonna see this before they actually get the notice through, and it's like, what? But that's the only reason I would. That's genuinely the only. Other than that, I get paid to post ads. But other than that, that's the only reason.
Check out Turtle Beach.
Exactly, Turtle Beach. Use my link.
To be fair, I think for advertising, shorts are great because you just show off the product quickly, and if someone's looking for it, they're like, "Oh, this looks cool. I like Theo. I'll give that a try."
How do you get this game? I haven't linked it. That's great. I will do that. But it's just if you just Google Need for Speed Carbon Online, it's very accessible. Yeah.
You are gonna need the base game though.
Mm-hmm.
As far as I know, they don't include the game anywhere.
Next Need for Speed when? Well, Surfy. About that. Yeah, no, my prediction on that is if we do get one, because there's still a chance of if, it's going to be a case of, like, I think they're going to finish with Criterion on Battlefield first. So Battlefield is coming out this year, I think. If not early next year. It's by, like, April, I think, next year. As soon as that's done or close to being done, there's a chance then that the small team could like break away again and start like the basics. And then I think that new Criterion Battlefield team will be shared.
Yeah.
I think that's how it's going to be.
If we're lucky, end of 2027, and I think realistically 28.
Yeah. That's kind of how what I'm thinking too. But I mean, they get to kind of go on. I don't know. That would be new console time, wouldn't it? Probably. Yeah.
What was the last cycle like between PlayStation 4 and 5? How many years?
2013 to 20. Is it 19
It was
or
COVID.
20?
I think it was 20. I think it was COVID lockdown.
Yeah.
So 7 years, 2027, next console generation, possible, yeah.
Yeah. And Microsoft's apparently bringing one out sooner than later, I think. Because they need to just try.
Yep.
So that's coming out in the next few couple to few years. Yeah. So I don't know. They could make it cross-gen, I guess.
That worked great, Funbound.
Yeah, that went well. Yeah, it went very well.
I mean, it's just one thing after the other with Unbound, really.
Yeah.
All the things that went
Everything that could have gone wrong went wrong. Yeah.
wrong. Yeah. I mean, I told my chat about this before, but the thing that bothers me the most is I don't need to get money from EA. It's great if they sponsor me for something, but they should at least have the game for us ready so we can review it.
Yep.
So the review is ready on release day.
Yep.
And again, but you remember we got the PlayStation keys like an hour before the release, right?
Oh my god. Oh, don't even. I guys, I almost got kicked from the group, the EA Game Changers thing, because I had a fight with the Need for Speed community manager. like a big fight. This guy did not like me. He was like he's on 2 games. He's on a few games, but he was just kind of brought in as a temporary person.
Can you join 89?
Yeah.
Cool.
He's a temporary guy, and you could just tell he did not give a damn at all. And so we clashed a lot. And like every time I was talking about, oh, can we give feedback on like, I don't know, hell, the damn release, because they announced it like a month before, and then they were like, oh, we'll get your codes, and then they're like, oh no, the codes don't work until release. Well, what's the point? Like, it makes no sense. And then it was like, oh, in the EU, you need to put it's an ad on every video on the title and thumbnail for like a year. And I'm like, I would just buy it if that's the case. And then they gave us codes, and I'm like, and it was early, and so we were open at midnight. Like it was just a colossal mess. He's a bastard. I'm just gonna say he's just a horrible person. Every time I like bring up, oh no, my controller's gone off. Please work.
Actually, it should work if you turn it back on after they're already connected.
Okay, fine. We'll see. Yeah, it's fine.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, Assetto Corsa Evo. Yeah, I got it 5 hours after the launch, and I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna play tomorrow, guys.
Oh my god, this is definitely a view gap. Oh my. This was a terrible idea.
Just realized I didn't change my car. I mean, alright.
I cannot turn.
I got the Veyron.
Yeah. Oh my god.
I actually genuinely hate the Veyron. I think
It's a horrible, hateful car.
Yeah, I do not understand the love for this car
No,
one bit.
no.
The Chiron, yes, that thing actually drives well and looks way better.
The Chiron, yeah,
the
definitely,
Veyron,
yeah.
but the Veyron, I always had beef with it. I think it was also a little bit of a problem that it was always the fastest car in the
Yeah,
world.
yep. Well, I love. I remember TDU2 having the Veyron and what was it? They had a Koenigsegg of some kind, and each update, it would change which was the faster car. And it was kind of fun, to be fair, finding out exactly what happened with the update. Well, it's a giant pig. Kind of as you would expect.
Yeah, I mean, especially when I go on social media and I see people posting about, hey, I bought this $4.5 million Veyron. It's like, you could have gotten a way better car.
Oh yeah, for that kind of money? No, I'm set for life
so
on.
much better.
I'm set for life on a couple. Like,
Yeah.
oh my god, there's no brakes at all on this. How much does it weigh?
It's representative. Right?
Yeah, this is what I
it's a heavy
think.
car.
This is what I think a
heavy-
Veyron would be like.
It's a really heavy car that can go fast in a straight line.
Oh! And at maybe a 3-degree angle. I do enjoy playing like with terrible cars though, to be fair. It's kind of fun.
Yeah, flexing with the Veyron is really just reinforcing the stereotypes that people already have, you know, because people think it's cool, you know, you get it, right?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you can get a share on for the same amount of money. Because it's less desirable, but it's a way better car.
Oh! Wall riding.
Yeah, this untuned audio rate was not that good.
I almost rolled the damn thing. No! Okay. Okay. Not last once again. Oh. If you're making a game like Blur...
The M3 GTR comes only with nitrous upgrades. Everything else is stock. Wonder if it's good. At least it's quickly tuned. You just put the nitrous to velocity, and you're done. Let's give that car a try.
I will do the same. Let's see.
And when you're done, join 90.
Okay. Did I miss it?
No, I'm still in the queue. Oh wait, no. I think I'm. Yeah, I think I just menued out of the race. They might be racing. Yeah, it started without me.
Oh. Okay.
My problem is when I type in the chat, I confirm with enter.
Yeah.
And if I press it twice, it changes the menu. And that happens to me so often that I have like this double confirmation on the enter button, change the menu, and then I can't join the race.
Can you do canyon battles? I'm sure we can. Duels? I mean, it's probably going to be with like 20 people still. Which could be quite fun, actually.
Not sure which canyon races are available, but there should be some. I replayed the career yesterday, and you know one thing that I really like is that they turned the canyons around and it's now a hill climb.
Oh, that's pretty cool. I like that.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
You also feel a lot safer because you can't get that fast. you're a bit limited on your top speed, and you know you don't feel like you're about to fall down 100 meters off a canyon. But it does give you a different feeling. It's quite fun.
Best Need for Speed Carbon ever made. Well, I think there's only one.
That's not true. There's Carbon.
Oh, okay. Own the City. That's a good game.
Carbon on the City is actually pretty good. I
Yeah.
mean, you do have the technical weaknesses of a PSP, but overall, very good story. Like, actually enjoyable.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that game.
I think there's also a DS version, which is not terrible. From what
Wow.
I've seen, I think it even runs at 60 FPS, which very much surprised me.
Wow.
All right. Can you join 91?
Oh.
Most Wanted 510 was really, really boring.
No, yeah. That was not good.
I do have a good story. I do have a good story for this game, though. So we were on a school trip, right? And we had like a multiple-hour bus ride to the destination. And there was this girl that actually had a PSP with Most Wanted 510. And her way of flirting with me was basically coming over and be like, hey, you want to play this game? and I was completely oblivious to women at the time. And I didn't get the hint whatsoever. So I just played the game for a few hours, gave her the PSP back, and didn't talk to her for the rest of the trip. So
that's pretty funny.
the poor girl, dude.
Riz.
There you go. Uphill it goes.
Oh, this is weird. It feels like I'm upside down.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has a very different feeling.
Yeah, especially you don't know these layouts, right? You're not used to driving like this.
And you can tell with a lot of it how they were designed for downhill drops, because there's just parts of the track that you just can't see.
Yeah.
And not
Since
because
you're a
there's
bit
like
slower
50 cars
because
ahead.
because you're fighting uphill, it's a bit easier.
Yeah. I can see a crowd of people for once. Well,
It's one thing you notice, I think, in Forza all the time. The slower the cars are, the closer the field is together.
yeah.
It's a lot harder to make like a major mistake at low speeds. You know what I like about the M3? It drives exactly like it does in Most Wanted. Like, I feel really comfortable with this car.
That's not good for me.
I'm actually leading, this is weird. The car actually did not do so well. Yeah, I actually won my first race. GG!
This might be my first top 10.
Please let only be 10 people. Now Pence got at least 9th. 9 out of 11.
That was a good. I like that car. That was good.
You also had M3?
Yeah.
The Supra sucks ass. Name me one Need for Speed where the Supra was good. Actually, no, I actually know one. In Pro Street, it was a really good drag car. Pro Street has a few pretty funny buggy tunes where you would install the tier 4 parts first, tune them, and then you put in stock parts. So you get this tuning on stock parts, which shouldn't be possible, which leads to some pretty interesting side effects, like insane grip. And then you can do a quarter mile in like 4 seconds.
Okay, here's a question. How do you feel about the handling in Pro Street overall?
It depends. Are we talking the original release?
Yes.
Or are we talking the optimized PC version?
Original release.
I hated it.
Okay.
There was so much input. It was so much input lag, and I played on the PlayStation 3 as well.
Oh
So-
god.
So I had 30 FPS lock plus
Bluetooth.
VSync plus plus Bluetooth controller, John 93 by the way, and also I think my PlayStation 3 was initially hooked up to a CRT, so it was a converted signal as well, so going from HDMI
yeah.
to a CRT, right?
Yep.
It
I
was
had the
just
same.
the worst. It was just the worst of all, and then it just broke my mind so much. Like, why would the developers artificially add input lag to a racing game? Like, I have never played anything more unresponsive than Pro Street, and I think that killed it for so many people.
Kuru X Panther Panzer off. Great. This. Yeah. No.
3 to 5 business days, Dustin. Yeah.
I did not enjoy my first playthrough of that game.
Nah, you know, I actually quite liked it on the PC, but primarily for the crashes, because that game has by far the best crash physics
Yeah.
and damage models. So I just enjoyed wiping out in Nevada, ruining all of my cars. it was very cinematic too, because from time to time your opponents would crash out in front of you, and then they would have a realistic crash, and you would somehow dodge them as you blaze by them at 300, 400 kilometers per hour.
Did I just see a Sims 2 M3?
But yeah.
Oh, so we're going down
yeah.
now. That's pretty cool.
Yep. It's also part of the mod, right? Having these events outside of gaming races.
Yeah.
Although the game had it initially in the Challenge Series, but the Challenge Series, similar to Most Wanted, didn't receive that much love from the players. Especially Most Wanted, it was just really boring. Carbon, they actually stepped it up quite a bit to a point where I actually played it.
That kind of makes me think, actually. So obviously, these days they can just see what people are playing, but outside of, you know, outside of PC, around this time, they would have no idea except like playtest groups as to what people wanted to play.
True. And that might be a bit skewed as well if they reuse like the same people for multiple games in a row.
It would have been very skewed. But to be fair, I feel like we need to go back to that because I feel like all the games from this era in general were so much better. Player intervention has ruined gaming.
I mean, I genuinely believe if they actually involve us in the development process earlier, it would make a huge difference.
Yeah, for context, for Heat, we pretty much was like, "Oh, come play test it, like come record it." Whereas, Unbound was worse.
That was the first time we met actually in 2019.
Yeah.
Where they let us record the Heat gameplay.
Yeah. Whereas 2015, when they invited me to that, that was like, there was a box driving around a map type situation.
Oh, 2015.
Yeah, 2015.
It's even before that. I just remembered the Jesse Wellens situation.
Oh god. Payback was another one where we didn't do anything.
We just saw the back of your head.
Yes.
Sitting.
I
sitting
can't
there.
believe I didn't take the chance to turn around. I was just like, I can't even look because my face would show pure disappointment.
I mean, it might also be like a mental thing. You were pretty young back then, right?
Yeah.
All right, 94 is ready.
94.
So, what was it with 2015?
Yeah, so just a cube driving around.
A cube, so the car wasn't ready.
So basically, the map wasn't fleshed out either, and just basically, you know, the first road where it's high detailed, and then you leave that area and it's like lower. That was the only part of the game finished. So like 2 streets was really detailed with a cube driving around, and then nothing else. But it was pretty cool to see.
I guess it's also pretty hard to criticize, like giving ideas what they should do.
Yeah,
when you see that.
That's an issue for sure. And like, if you're not like used to game stuff, it's kind of difficult to give feedback on something that you can't really see what it looks like. You need a lot more information. That was a difficult thing, yeah. But then another thing, 2015, when I was like, oh my god, the handling's actually pretty good. We were playing the demo at Gamescom, and we couldn't upgrade the cars. So yeah, they were great when you didn't upgrade them. Which is where it completely fell apart very quickly beyond that.
I mean, I have the same issue in Unbound, for example. Like the maxed out cars, the end game cars, they're just too fast and not grippy enough to stay on the road. Before that, it's fine because your car doesn't start lifting off, small bumps around corners, and then you're kind of fine. But there's this moment where the physics engine it can't keep up with the cars anymore. But to be fair, the same thing was true in Payback. I remember using the Regera a lot, but every time I clipped the sidewalk, it was over.
Yeah, no, it's instant over. I enjoyed the drifting in Payback though. I say that's probably, of the game's kind of vanilla, that was probably my favorite of the drifting. It just kind of worked.
Yeah.
You know, I think the M3 is pretty good.
Yeah. Doesn't do badly. Just need to get a few braking points better. Not if you're doing speed traps, it's not really that important to be the fastest guy. Actually curious if it works. Oh yeah, speed penalty works. Well, you do want to be fast too, I guess.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and that and 2015 will one day just combust.
I'm genuinely curious what they're gonna do with 2015.
Yeah.
Are they gonna remaster it just so the online servers stay alive, or are they somehow forcing the team to put in an offline button? It's gonna be interesting.
So for what I know in terms of it does a lot of. It was around the time when they were talking about xCloud, and xCloud's gonna like offload some of the AI kind of stuff, and there was that era of like 2013 Xbox One launch type marketing rubbish. Basically is what it is. But I think the reason that game looks so good is partly due to some of offloading some stuff, because obviously base Xbox One and PS4 were not great.
9.6.
Cool. So,
but yeah,
it would be a real shame because
it's gonna be another. It might be another shit show, right? Just like the crew. Do you actually know how far the project is along? Right, there's a community project trying to get the game back online.
I've not played it, but I've heard that basically they're being surprised by how much stuff is just now working. They've got so much of it working that like things are maybe in some cases working better than they did originally. So they're doing like beta tests now. All the missions are playable. The PvP I think they've got working. Like it's pretty much there. I want to try and get in on a beta because I think I've seen a few people posting videos and I'm like, I want to do that.
I mean, this might be the solution for 2015 as well.
Yeah,
an accidental leak of certain code, and then let the community do their thing.
Yep.
It's not optimal, but it's still better than nothing, right?
The intros are so sick on this. Wait, that's not me. I can see who gets the boost and who doesn't. I'm one of the ones that doesn't.
You still get a pretty good amount of performance if you barely miss it. It's not too bad. Just if you're at 0 RPM, then you can don't. If you miss the perfect start, I wonder if max RPM is the second best option. Might actually depend on the car. Those are the things you only start to figure out if you actually start time traveling. You're not gonna get into these situations where you really get the comparison of all the little things.
I had arguments with viewers recently about Tokyo Extreme Races tuning. Because basically everyone was screaming at me to buy tires, and I was like, I'm not slipping, I'm not sliding, I don't need to buy tires. And then I buy tires, and all of a sudden I can actually win races. I was saying to people, like, the game needs to provide feedback that something's wrong. and people took that as I need the game to like full on text tell me that I need to change my tires, but that's not what I mean. What I mean is my car should be sliding all over the place if I need to upgrade my tires, and it isn't.
Yeah, I know what you mean. You're just lacking grip. You're not slipping, but you also
Yeah.
don't have a lot of grip there.
Well, no, saying that, I kind of did like have a lot of the game is so grippy, so like understeery that I kind of just didn't recognize that I wasn't fully maybe putting the power down.
But you just love to see it, you know, that a simple game that is actually true to its root is being
Yep.
successful.
Oh, yeah.
Right? I mean, it's exactly what we've been saying. Right?
Yeah.
We say the same thing for Need for Speed. You just make another game like the old ones. People are gonna buy it.
And it proves
Right,
that
and
it's just
yeah,
right.
this is the perfect proof.
Yeah.
And I just love that. You know, it's like a slap in the face to anyone that is like, oh, we have to appeal to the new audience, younger, blah 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 bullshit.
Yeah.
Right? No, you don't.
No, no, you
now
really
we have
don't.
proof. Now we have proof.
Yeah, I
I
think.
mean, I remember. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's so awesome to see it do so well. Like, it is a much more like simplistic game. It doesn't try to be everything, and that's and so it does what it does really well. Like, yeah, every other game is just let's try and do everything. Let's be Forza Horizon.
Yeah, the problem is if you don't do it on the same level as Forza Horizon, they start to
Yep.
realize, oh, wait, people don't want this.
Yeah.
Or people don't like this.
Yep.
Why are we getting a negative review? The game has everything. we have a nightclub where you can dance.
It's a nightclub where you can dance and collect your reward money from not playing the game.
Hi, what are your expectations/wishes for the next Need for
One
Speed
of those
game?
days, they will start listening, or they will go bankrupt.
Oh yeah, it's one of the yeah. Our expectations for the next Need for Speed. I think thank you for the super chat. I think we pretty much just said it. Like, I want them to just kind of focus on what it's supposed to be, which is a street racing
97?
game with cops, and like a nice story to pull you through to like put you in the world. So what did you say?
Not just 97. Right?
97. Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I want. I don't want anything crazy. That's the thing with Unbound. The reason it's so in your face and like different is because they always think, oh, we need to do something different because otherwise people won't buy the game. Mate, if you made Heat 2, that would have done amazing.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
That's all you had to do.
Especially, I mean, I understand that they were successful with that approach in the past up until to a certain point.
Yeah.
You know, it was kind of showing that Black Box knew more what they were doing, and that's primarily why it was successful, not necessarily the shift in pop culture.
Mm-hmm.
That was obviously a part of it, right? Everyone loved Fast and the Furious, so Underground made a lot of sense. But Most Wanted, for example, didn't really have anything to do with pop culture, right? Like,
Yeah.
how much are we involved in cop chases?
True.
And being wanted, right? And you know, for me, it was always very clear the high gameplay, the high quality gameplay is everything.
Yeah.
I mean, if anything was pop culture about Most Wanted, it was the soundtrack.
Yeah, I would say, yeah. I agree.
That was definitely the thing for people. But I mean, it also added, you know,
to
really
be fair.
realistic cop chases and crashes where I was like, yeah, this is new, this is awesome, this is actually really well implemented.
To be fair, I noticed something. I mean, obviously, the idea of Unbound was to try and kind of be pop culture of like modern times. Because, I mean, if you look at the top artists on Spotify and stuff, it's all like hip hop, right? The only thing that sneaks in there is maybe a bit of country.
So weird.
But that's what they were going for. And I noticed, you know how the intro does the whole like, there's about 50 different kind of Need for Speed logos as it changes into like kind of graffiti art. I noticed not that I'm a fan, but I was watching watching the trailer for Drake's new album, and he was doing the same thing, and I'm like, they posted that article recently, a few articles recently, because they did that talk, and they were just saying how they're always early to a format, too early, and I'm like, maybe you were.
I don't know. I mean, just looking at the reaction from the community to the soundtrack, I think that was by far the most hated thing about this game.
Yeah. So the main problem, I think, I mean, you can never please everybody. It's never going to please everybody. However, I think a lot of people hear a song that's not in English and say this is terrible.
I mean, let's be honest, like, how many songs do you actually listen to that are not English?
I mean, outside of it, I don't, but I kind of, that's one thing I really like about Need for Speed personally, is that, not specifically the language ones, but songs I don't normally listen to, I'm introduced to. That was my kind of argument.
I remember I wasn't a big metal fan at all.
Yeah.
When it first played in Need for Speed games, and thanks to EA Tracks, I was always skipping them.
Yeah.
But,
yeah.
At some point
it just kind of clicks.
Yeah, exactly. And I was like, oh, metal, actually. This is nice. I like it now.
Right. It's so out of what I would listen to in, say, Most Wanted, like the screaming.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of an adjustment, right? So
yeah.
You're probably used to more pleasant
voices,
right? So it was just off-putting at first. I remember, like, was it Bullet from a Valentine? That was like, like, stop screaming at me!
But then I feel like maybe you get the right moment in a race or something, where you're like, I don't know, it finally kind of clicks as to why they made that choice. But yeah, of the time, hip-hop is like the king, and I think the most jarring thing I would say was just that they didn't go full American, which I guess didn't really work for them. Well, full American and maybe like 2 Brits is usually how they do it. And maybe a Swede. Yeah. But I think from the soundtrack, I've probably got like maybe 6 or 7 songs that I still like listen to today.
Yeah, I think it's like 4 for me, and I think 3 of them are electro.
Okay, fair. I fully agree. It's more like drum and bass.
There's probably more
electro.
in there that I could like, but I honestly, at some point you just stop giving it a chance.
Yeah.
And just you're kind of done with it. If you skip 90% of the songs, which is realistic for me in that game, then you just start turning on your Spotify instead.
Yeah. Well, that's one of the thing is, like, both consoles and PC, you could definitely just put your own music on.
Yeah.
And I feel like the amount that people can complain about the soundtrack, maybe just do that. There's plenty of games where I do it. We need Dom's lockdown music. Don't even. I don't know why they're not releasing it. They could just do it and make royalties from it on Spotify. I don't know why they won't. Maybe someone will leak them one day.
The other thing I was wondering about was the comic art style simply as simple, like, let's, on the executive level, was as simple as, let's make something that looks like Fortnite.
I think it was genuinely from the creative side. The people that left.
98.
Because again, with Need for Speed, you'll notice this. Since 2015 onwards, they're always like, how can we do something big and different? And so with Payback, you got a complete just shift to like Fast and Furious, and that didn't work. And then with Heat, you got the day-night. And when I first genuinely heard about the day-night, I was like, do you need to do this? This is a lot. Just kind of don't. I genuinely, but I obviously disagree with that now. Every game, they feel like they need something big and different. But again, as we were saying, I really don't think they do. Especially coming out of Heat, they could have just done another Heat. But I mean, they did kill the studio that did that, so it'd be a bit more
That's kind of hard to do.
Yeah. Here's an idea: don't kill your studio as it made a big game.
That must be crazy. Like some executive saving his face by killing an entire studio.
Yes. Yeah. Crazy. They did the same to the Sims developer, so they do it to anyone.
It's so messed up.
Yeah, the Sims developer now is not the developer that made the Sims 2, 3, any of them. The current Maxis is just a DLC, the DLC company.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I was checking Sims for Lisa recently, and for my sister was like, they want full price for every extra DLC.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
They want $60 just for the DLC, and there's like 14, 15 different DLCs.
Oh man, this is
Just
top
spend
speed is
$2,000
crazy on the Carrera.
Yeah. it's
Oh
definitely
my god, it was a good choice. I'm still only 13th, but it feels better than that. Yeah, Sims is another beast entirely. And a lot of it is just like stuff packs, they call them, and it's just like clothes, I think, and like... What? That's crazy.
Yeah, I think they do also add like new jobs every time. So
Oh yeah,
I
so
saw
I
a
think
trailer
there's...
for being, I don't know if it was a massage therapist or
Okay,
doctor
okay.
or something like that. Yeah, so
Yeah, so they do bigger ones. From what I remember, there's like 2 or 3 different types of packs that they do, and I think the big ones are those with like new jobs, new kind of area, new like properties, I guess. But I think there's like genuinely these tiny little packs that just add clothes and maybe like you know, some furniture, which is crazy.
especially if the game wasn't always online, you could just easily mod that in.
Yeah, well, I think you can, like, maybe you can't anymore, but there's a
Actually, I might
heck
be
of a lot of
talking
mods.
out of my ass, but is it always online? I
Sims,
thought it was.
Sims City was, but I don't know if the Sims like normal Sims is.
I did learn though that the game doesn't even have a multiplayer game mode, but
No.
it does have a community mode for it.
Oh really? That's one
Yeah,
thing that
so
I've always said. It
Kind of like
Yeah.
GTA Online.
Okay. Yeah, I
But I was
never.
so surprised it doesn't have the original doesn't have it.
Yeah, I never understood that because on the PS2, my favorite one was Sims Busting Out, and that had like multiplayer, and then they just didn't do it. That would do so well for them, surely. Like, it makes no sense.
Yeah, it seems like the perfect game to socialize.
But I think they were making a new game. But I believe it's this kind of new DLC studio, and they have no idea how to make a game, so I think it's gonna take a while.
Just gonna keep making DLC until it's not profitable anymore, and then gonna close it.
Yeah, that's basically what's gonna happen.
That's the way.
It is.
It's crazy how much everyone is scattered. Like there's all levels of skill here.
Yeah. Seeing people with deliveries, people that put the time in to do deliveries. Like there's Razor's Mustang ahead of me. You are the true MVPs. So one thing I've been terrible at forever is making like liveries and just art in general.
Never felt like doing it. Like I always wanted to race instead. I was always happy when someone made it for me.
Yeah.
Happy to use it.
Oh yeah, of
But
course.
I could never bother to sit down and do it myself. The only thing I enjoyed doing was in Trackmania, like building tracks.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Coming up
I
with
love
some cool
building
stuff.
tracks, but cars, like in terms of liveries, nah. someone else do it and I'll download it.
Yeah, especially there's people that are really talented and
Yeah,
stuff,
yeah,
you can
yeah.
tell their heart is in it, and it's gonna look way better.
I mean, again, I got told to basically stop doing art in school because I was by the teacher of the class because I wasn't very good. So I think maybe that's just forever damaged my perception of if I can be any type of creative at all.
It's pretty brutal if your teacher tells you can't be taught.
He was like, fully just put the effort elsewhere.
Yeah, I'm sure you're good at something. Art.
The British education system.
Art is not it.
And it was a performing and arts school, so
Crazy.
yeah. So this is Need to Be Carbon Online, if you're asking. I see a few people asking. I'm gonna maybe just pin it. It is a mod that does the thing. Just search Need to Be Carbon Online and you'll definitely find it.
Yeah, they just released the new 2727 update, which balances the cars and not a few goodies, extra cars available too, and extra balances to the career mode. It's now on a more humane level because it was kind of tuned for veterans and speedrunners. So if you want that kind of difficulty, download any build before 2727. Then you can really torture yourself. But this one I think everyone with a bit of practice can get through the career mode 100%.
Challenge accepted.
Go ahead.
Not bad. Not bad. But yeah, I do wish I could do liveries, but every time I do them, I just want to delete it and never do it again. So, not for me.
I do think that in most races I'll do better with the M3.
Yeah, the M3 seems to be overall.
I mean, the
really
good thing is it doesn't require any tuning, which
Yeah.
means it was pre-tuned to be competitive by the mod makers, right?
Any unpopular opinions about Need to Be Most Wanted 2012 to 2015? I'll spam you until it's answered. Thanks, Carl Johnson.
Oh, I got one. I don't think 2015 looks that good.
Really?
I think people exaggerate that a lot. It looks different, yeah, but I don't think it looks any amazing. It's primarily wet.
My
Really
difficulty
shiny.
is that I played it on the PlayStation.
Uh-huh.
So my perception is skewed massively because on that game it's really just washed out on console. And then
you know, this might be as simple as like the white setting on your console. You know what that is?
Yeah.
The wide range?
No,
Okay.
I think it's just because the textures in general obviously are not as sharp. And so they kind of try and hide it a little bit. I feel like the film grain is maybe like larger or something like, I don't know. The film grain was why?
John 99. But I'll say it once, I'll say it again. You know, if you don't nail the handling, the rest of the game doesn't matter to me. Like I just can't get myself to like it. I don't think there's a single game that I can wholeheartedly recommend when the handling sucks. Maybe you have a game where like it doesn't matter if the handling sucks, it's actually fun. Crew 1.
I think the handling
that had the wild run update.
Ah,
and since
yeah,
that,
yeah,
it's been decent. Oh shit, I think I missed it. Are you in the race?
I'm not in it, but I did join.
Okay, I was in the wrong menu. I thought I might have missed it. So the Crew 1, I remember playing it also first on a 360.
Oh,
and that was so bad.
That's bad.
It looked like absolute trash. I've never seen a worse looking game on that system. And then you add the original handling to that game. Like, I tried to re-experience that recently, where I just uninstalled the patches and replayed the release version of the Crew on the 360. It is not recommendable. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, I tried that, and they bricked the start of the game, so you couldn't progress past the intro.
That makes sense because it was always online.
Yeah. Well, no, they bricked it way before that. I think the 360 version they gave up on way before. But it might have been a case where once you'd passed that part beforehand, it would have been fine, but I didn't. So I tried to play it from the beginning, and it just didn't let you pass a certain point. I couldn't start the race, basically.
Oh no. I mean, that is definitely the cancer of,
Yeah.
I would say, PlayStation 3 and 4 generation.
Yeah.
Where they just did that way too much. You still have a few remnants of it nowadays, but it was much worse back then, where they really expected everyone to be online all the time, and that also the servers on their end will always be there and fine.
It makes no sense as to why we're kind of going backwards on some games to adding that back. I thought we'd learned the lesson that it's a terrible idea.
Yeah, I mean, the most recent fiasco was obviously TDU, but before that, it wasn't that much better than GT7 either.
Yeah. GT7, I mean, I'm a little bit more relaxed about GT7 just because the main thing for me is losing access to the game. But in GT Sport, they did do an offline patch. So I don't feel as, like, about that one. I mean, it's not great, but, like, I'll trust that they'll probably do an offline patch.
Yeah, I actually do trust them too. I mean, they take enough money from the microtransactions, so I think they can afford a few extra development hours. But I remember a friend of mine, has a house in the middle of nowhere. Got a PS5, GT7, and then wanted to play with me, and we had like nothing to do really other than very, very limited content. I don't know if you guys ever tried playing GT7 offline, but there isn't much you can do.
No, yeah.
Limited car and track selection, and only certain things you can do, like you can't even do all the events.
They had a server outage for like, was it a week maybe? Around launch, and so yeah, that was not good.
No. But that's the problem with the always online stuff, especially when you do it on launch.
Yep.
I mean, I don't even hate throwing TU under the bus at this point. They're just a poster child for everything you can do wrong.
Yeah, absolutely everything you can do wrong. It makes, when I kind of laid it out for a video, when it kind of happened, it was like, region-specific servers, you have to play online, always online, like, for all the races. They didn't even have AI in the beta. So you couldn't do a race at all. Like, who's thought of this?
It's clearly one of those things where you can tell they didn't test it, right?
Yeah.
Like, the game came together, but they didn't have the time to test out the game.
Yeah.
A lot of theoretical things happened, and then the practical stuff. Let's figure it out when the game launches. We're gonna see what we missed. Apparently, a lot.
Yeah. And I feel bad for the social media person because they've got, obviously, they have kind of little weekly changes in the game and so on.
Then it's all hate mail.
And so they're usually like, here's the new sticker for this week, and everyone's like, get the hell out of here. Stickers.
You know where you can stick that, right?
I do feel bad for some of the developers involved there. I mean, some of these people were, let's be real, most of the people were told what to do. They did it because otherwise they'd have no job, and
exactly.
There's nothing they could do about it.
How much did you have like regular jobs before you became a content creator?
I did about a year maybe.
Yeah, it's about the same for me. It was like about a year a chemist, a little bit of retail, a little bit of
Yeah.
Mentor for people, like, you know, life advice, that kind of stuff.
Yep.
What's it called? What's the name for it? Life coach. Right?
Okay, cool.
I did that for a while, and what my previous job experience was exactly that. You know, they wanted me to do my job and shut the fuck up.
Yep.
Because
Yes.
it was the same thing there. I knew exactly, hey, if we do it like this, we're gonna have better results, guys. And they're
Yep.
like, I don't care.
This is
what
the
you're
way we do
told.
it. Get it done.
And that frustrated me so badly.
Yeah, it's
then-
really frustrating.
And then having a boss that knows less than you is the worst. Like that's like the number one thing why I cannot work for most people, because I know, dude, I might not have that specific stupid education thingy that you got there. You know, not even university, like some kind of thing that they got the certificate for, right?
Oh,
Okay,
yeah,
I don't
yeah,
have
yeah,
the stupid ass certificate, right?
Yeah.
But I still know more than you do.
Yeah.
And you don't even take advice. Like, I'm not trying to be an asshole here. I'm just telling you, hey, think about it like this.
Mhm.
Try this. Why don't you? You know, you can take the credit for it. I don't even care, because it's gonna make my life
gonna make it-
easier,
yeah.
right? And they still don't want to do it. Yeah, they're just like, hey, well, who do you think you are? And get back to work and shut up.
It
you know?
really sounds like
It's so crazy.
From what I've heard from game development, it's more like that. Like everyone's just
I
trying
can,
to.
I can imagine this is exactly the same,
Yeah,
no
it-
matter where you're working.
I mean, trying to basically sacrifice someone else to get a better position for yourself.
Yeah.
Especially in like Europe, where people aren't paid shit for development in anything. America gets paid money. We don't.
I mean, to be fair, I'm super happy with the Need for Speed Council, and
Yeah.
just the things that we told them already, I think is gonna steer Need for Speed in a good direction. Now they
Hugely.
just need to get the chance for it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it sounds more positive than it did the last time they were canned for Battlefield.
Yeah. This time it sounds more like, okay, we're gonna do this and then we're gonna do that.
Yeah. Last time it was like, maybe? Maybe
Oh,
you'll
yeah.
get a Need for Speed game?
But I'm not gonna change the fact that we're gonna wait a very long time for the next
Oh, yeah.
release. The longest so far was 3 years
Yeah.
between Heat and Unbound. That was 3 years. So
It was kind of funny that the game took its biggest break ever with 2015, which was 2 years.
yeah, and
2
now it's gonna
years.
be in like 5 years.
Yep.
You can say it's 4 years if you consider 1 year of patch development, but
Yeah,
just
yeah,
release
yeah,
of the base game in 22. Then, in my opinion, at the earliest in 27. 26 is not possible.
No.
And I also don't think they want to do a summer release of any kind, so expect another November release for Need for Speed, either in 27 or 28. And I think that's a fairly safe bet. But yeah, only if they get the chance.
So once someone said here that I think the big problem is they just don't listen to you guys, and honestly, yeah. I mean, we play the games. A lot of the people don't. That's just kind of how it is. There's going to be a few passionate people on it, but a lot of people are there because they wanted a job in game development. And they were hiring.
Yeah.
They don't really care what they're making. This is the same with anything, really.
It always trickles down to that the people that actually pull the levers are the ones that are passionate about something.
Yeah.
Like, you do need the people that say, okay, this is gonna be in the game, that's gonna be in the game, that won't be in the game, that they know what they're talking about.
Yep. Yeah, it makes a huge difference. So when they added the realistic effect to Unbound, that was when the studio kind of split in the way it did, because the creative director was set on, like, we cannot put, the realistic effect. It has to be these, and the main reason for that was because of the feedback, which, to be fair, it was a little weird, but I got over it.
Yeah.
I got over it very quickly. But their vision was like, this has to be it or nothing. and then they left, and the first thing they did was put it in, put it in. And the main people that made that, and also Most Wanted 2012 head guy, they all moved to a new studio, so we should get another racing game at some point, probably before Need for Speed. Matt Webster was the studio head, not the creative lead for this one, but the studio head. The creative, what was his name? Kieran? I think his name was Kieran, and he went with Matt Webster to this new studio. So we've got a studio of X Criterion and X Playground, both making racing games alongside the real Forza and the real Need for Speed.
I think the Project Cars guys are also working on a new game.
Yeah,
right?
because it's kind of funny, because obviously they were under EA before, and then and then they left and then joined Codemasters, and then EA bought Codemasters.
That was so funny. This is the worst of luck, man.
And then just got rid of them straight away.
Yeah.
There's bad blood there.
I wouldn't be surprised if they just left out of free will, anyways.
Yeah. I mean, I remember Project Cars taking basically they took the tech from Need for Speed Shift, which I don't think they were allowed to do, and so I think there were some issues there.
I mean, especially once the game is, out, it's kind of hard to reverse engineer. Okay, this is really run on the Shift engine, right? Because unless you have the source code, you can't prove it, really.
Mm-hmm. But if you'd played Shift, you could tell.
Yeah. And unsurprisingly, I disliked both games equally.
Yeah.
To me, it was very apparent that those are the Shift guys.
Yeah, officially, I think Shift 2 was like 1 million, because after the first game, people were like,
Yeah, I think at this point, even EA was ashamed and, just called it Shift 2 Unleashed and left any kind of other mention of Need for Speed off the box.
Yeah.
They knew themselves, okay, this is a cash grab. Let's try not to tarnish Need for Speed more than we need to.
The story of Need for Speed The Run is pretty sad in that I see a few people saying that they love the run. Me too. But it is very sad in that they were basically forced to make 3 games at once. And it was too much.
PC version of the run is not the best one. Still crashes to this day. It doesn't have any fixes for sound bugs at high FPS. It goes up to 60 by now. So there's a patch that lets you enjoy 60 FPS and decent sound. Before it was locked to 30. But if you still want unlimited FPS, which is possible and actually quite nice, because of the animations are actually real-time rendered. So, for example, the Avalanche level, the Avalanche is going to be in 200 FPS. It looks amazing. But you're still going to have massive sound issues. I'm okay with sound being not optimal.
Yeah.
If I get more FPS for it, I'm more of a graphics whore than I'm an audio audiophile. But I remember I had similar issues with the run on the PlayStation 3, because back then I didn't have a gaming PC.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the reason I got a PlayStation 3 is I wanted to play Need for Speed, but my gaming PC was non-existent.
Yep.
But I had a PlayStation 3, so I bought the games on the PS3, but they didn't run very well.
No.
All of them.
PS3 towards the end was struggling. I remember that's when they essentially, other than like Sony's own IP, everything started to crop in slightly to like 700p, 698p. You could see black borders getting bigger to the point where I think it was Dragon's Dogma was literally letterbox, so they didn't have to render as much. And it still struggled 30.
Man, I remember the Wii doing that a lot, messing up the resolution of the game just so it runs at all. You had letterboxes everywhere. And
That's so
like the most
funny.
random letterboxes you've ever seen, like really small stripes, you know, that didn't make sense in 4x3, didn't make sense in 16:9, or any other format, and it was just so weird.
I mean, Manny, to be fair, I don't think they can do worse than the previous Battlefield, so there is that. I played that one because I got a code through it through like the EA port. I didn't even have to pay for it, which is good because oh my god, it kind of reminded me of Killzone Shadowfall back in the day, because that game was made on the cheap. It was rushed. Sound effects were missing from the game at launch, and it just didn't feel right. It felt worse than that. They just threw you into a fake multiplayer match, and that's your law. That's the law right there. A fake multiplayer match. Enjoy. You do it, and then that's it. That's the game. You may as well just quit there. It was tragic. Tragic is a good word for it.
so sad.
I miss the days of Bad Company. That was so much fun. And
I remember seeing a lot of ads for it because they were showing off like their new destructible system that they had for the game.
Yeah.
Like blowing up a bunch of buildings.
Yeah, the destruction's never been as good as Bad Company either. They had those scripted building collapses and stuff, but beyond that, they didn't really do anything like to the level of Bad Company, where you could basically wipe out the whole map.
101 is ready. I mean, that's why I always have super nice memories of Pro Street, because it was the first game where I really felt like I have consequences for my stupid driving.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Normally, for a lot of people, really want like visual damage on their vehicles. To be honest, I generally don't really care. Like in Forza, I turn it off. But if there's genuine consequence along with that, then fair play. I think that's a different thing entirely. But yeah, my car being scuffed up is like, I don't really care. I just want to clean it.
if exactly, if they just scratch up the paint, it's not that impressive. But
Yeah.
you know, you hit the wall at a certain speed and angle, and you have a proper dent, or you completely mess up your alignment, break your wheel off. That's pretty fun.
Yeah.
And it does stop you from stupid driving. Or if you want to be stupid driving, it's gonna be really fun. It's gonna have the burnout feeling.
Yes, definitely. Oh, that's another point. There is also another studio that they did the Burnout remasters and the Hop Suit remaster. They were also working on a racing game,
right?
Yeah, they're also working on a racing game.
Oh yeah, true. I heard about this. Where the developers even said they don't. Where the Need for Speed developers said they don't know about this, or
Yes.
they're kind of weirded out that this is happening.
Yeah. Which they were all
Stella
Criterion
Entertainment.
people. Stella, yeah, that's it. They were ex-Criterion people as well, to the point where they understand the mess of an engine that that game was built on, and so the fact that they got it to run at all is it shows that they've got the people they need. They even added the vinyl editor in Hop Suit, which I thought was really cool.
True. That was awesome. I mean, I would love to have a high quality Burnout-ish game, right? Like,
Yeah.
Doesn't have to carry the name.
No.
If you carry the torch, that's good enough.
Well, I mean, the thing is, they've done work for EA, so they could definitely.
That is true.
They could definitely do it, and they could just reverse engineer, you know, the Burnout remaster that they did, and just make another one.
I mean, I wouldn't hate
No.
Burnout Paradise 2, right?
No. It's
Although
possible.
I do want one significant change. I want more than 8 finishing runs. That bothered me so much.
Yeah. Like being real, I think most people prefer the older Burnouts, in that the range of areas you could go to. Just the advantage of closed tracks are huge for a game like that.
I actually think it would have worked in Paradise as well, just have different finish lines. Randomly assigned on the map, because then you actually have to drive everywhere on the map instead of finding the optimal path for each finish line.
Yeah.
Because I always ended up using the same path, and I missed out on most of the game really, up until to the point where, okay, I was gathering all the gates and the smash throughs, right?
Yeah.
But when it came to racing, it was always the same path, got a bit boring, and kind of beats the purpose of an open world.
Yeah,
it's
it's
an
true.
easy fix. If you just randomize, you could probably do that too, right? Like every intersection, you randomize a finish line there. Right?
Speaking of, the Burnout free burn challenges, I've been asking Need for Speed to add these since like 2013, and every single time they're like, "Oh yeah, that's a good idea." Never happens. It would be a genuinely amazing thing to see have like 500 challenges, most of which are copy paste, and just have varying amounts of people do them with you. It would be so much fun for like streaming and stuff. I really don't know why they don't do it, and people in Burnout manage to do it without, you know, organizing big groups. It's team building. Get it done.
What exactly was free burn?
Free burn challenges is basically like, oh god, as a group of, like, say the lobby is 8 people, it would adjust to the 8 people playlist, and essentially you were told, all do this jump, or all do a flat spin, all do kind of those type of challenges. It was just kind of Top Gear-esque challenges almost, but with random people, and it was kind of controlled by the game, which is great. It kind of encouraged you to work together.
1 and 2 is already ready.
Jeez, I just finished.
Yeah, quick.
102.
Nah, I've always been more of the racing side, and that's also something that you could easily do in Burnout Paradise. You just perma-queued into races. That's what I did.
Yeah.
But I think that's the beauty of it. You know, if you actually have a working queuing system where you don't put any other restriction to it, it just works. Because everyone that plays, that wants to play, gets to play. You don't have to meet up anywhere before.
That's fair.
Or set anything else up prior to it. And it just makes it just so frictionless, right? And all of their fancy ideas just don't work. Even if they had 10 times the players that they have right now, you would still have, in TDU once again, right? You would have so many races that would be dead forever, right? Like you would never have people at the same player level, at the same game progression, and would, you know, do exactly that event right now, right? Even if you had 10 times as many people as they had on launch. Not even now, right? Now they wouldn't, like, probably 100 times, 1,000 times as many people to even have the chance to do some of the ranked events.
Do you think the next D2 will be built on another engine? No. I really hope they don't, to be honest. As much as I, like, think Frostbite is, for the most part, a bag of wank, now is not the time to do that.
That's true.
Now is not the time to do that. They've got all the car models, everything kind of works. Like, they've proven that they can improve with the new handling guy when they want to. I think what's really shown with Need for Speed as of the smaller update, small team, is when they focus down and don't have 5 people per kind of job, they can get stuff done.
Yeah, for sure. The only possibility that remains is that somehow Codemasters takes over. That is not out of the question. So a collaboration between Codemasters and Criterion's Need for Speed guys is something that could be possible, and then, you know, that might probably be the only chance you would see Need for Speed on a different game engine.
Yes.
Where Codemasters would take over the physics part of the game.
Yeah, Codemasters I'm so confused about. So we do know that a couple of people at least came from Cody's to work on Need for Speed, but I don't know how many studios they've got. I mean, they've got the F1, they've got the grid guys. What are the grid guys doing? Grid's
I
gone.
honestly think
Grid is
yeah,
done.
I think Grid's done. Yeah.
So, like, what are they doing? Are they now working on F1? Are they working on WRC? Are they... What are they doing? It's hard to track them. And the, for the most part, the dirt guys, dirt numbered guys, oh my god, there's different ones. The dirt numbered guys, those were the people from Drive Club that Sony got rid of.
Devolution Studios.
So they are top tier talent. So I really don't know what they're doing with them.
I know that in Dirt 5, the guy that did the menus for Drive Club did the menus in Dirt 5.
Really?
I was like, oh, this is exactly the same layout, yeah. If you ever look at the DLC brackets, like every time you had like a new DLC unlocked, it had like this, you know, this overview of all the different DLCs, whatever they were called, like horsepower and end of the line and so on. And the exact same layout was used in Dirt 5. I was like, oh, I know this. But to be fair, I haven't seen that much of Drive Club in Dirt 5. Sadly, because I do think it would have been a better game.
Got the ASAP Rocky M3 in Carbon.
Codemasters doing the handling, Criterion doing the content, bang the game. Yeah, I mean, it sounds good, right?
Mm-hmm.
It does sound good. And I honestly think, I don't think the Criterion guys would be sad if they don't have to do like the engine and the physics.
No, I don't think they would.
I think they would actually be quite happy about this if they can just focus on the gameplay part. 103 is ready. Is the autosave broken for me? No, it's not. Make sure you check the settings.
The autosave, with that, I had that issue. Basically...
Oh, do you have it on the C drive? Then it's copy protected or something?
So it's in a weird location, the save files. It's in like game saves folder, like a weird Windows game saves folder. So it's a user account and then game saves. You need to change that from read only. You will have to restart the game.
Is it in app data somewhere?
No, it's so. What was it again? I'll check after the race. But
yeah.
No, so you go on your user profile like folder, and it's in there. It's just like my game saves, I think it's called. It's a weird folder that I think only 3 games I've ever played use it. But it's set to read only for some reason.
Ah.
So that's the issue I had, and then I had to restart the game for it to actually register.
Okay, the folder is called saved games. I'm not sure what the overlying folder is though.
It's just your user like profile one. So mine's Theo. The white M3 GT. No, this is silver. Can you see? Oh yeah, it keeps telling you there's a Trojan. Yeah, you've got to do the thing of, I am not liable.
It wasn't actually triggered this time. This time for me it was not triggered. The newest build was actually Windows Defender friendly. I'm not sure if it's because I blocked the previous one and Windows is like,
yeah,
okay,
maybe
it's supposedly fine.
You have to
yeah, it's
tell
a bit of a problem that's called
away.
bootstrapper.exe.
And then you can
that is a very suspicious name.
And then you can exempt the folder once you've installed it.
Yeah, I had the issue that I wanted to download the previous version and Chrome did not let me have it.
Yeah.
Even after I said it is safe, it cancelled automatically anyways.
Yeah.
I was really not happy with that file name. Because that's all they really do. They don't actually go through the file and try to see what it does. It just looks like, okay, it's a .exe.
Yeah.
To be fair, most of the time that is malware.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
from time to time, the more common files get properly scanned and allowed, because every .exe has a signature somewhere that cannot be altered. So that's how we can basically, say, okay, this file is saved. I think it's called CRC checksum. Don't quote me on that, but something like that. Checksum basically representing what the file has uniquely over other files.
Where's delivery? I have no creative talent.
There's some decent custom liveries you can put on the car. There's some really random ones too that developers just took out for the lack of effort. There's a category called pets where they just show really basic pet pictures that just plastered on your door. That's it.
Why am I so dust compared to these guys?
I mean, the M3 wasn't that good on this race. This was definitely a race for, let's say, the Carrera GT, something that was a little bit faster. But this carbon comes down a lot to track knowledge. In my opinion, even more than Most Wanted. I mean, it's probably a bias that I have simply because I played so much Most Wanted, but I do think Carbon is the harder game.
Should modern Need for Speeds have a no collision mode? I think it was discussed. So the thing is, I'm not a super competitive racer, and I kind of prefer having collisions. Not because I want to ram people.
It is part of the fun.
Roses are red, Theo is black. Where's the M3 history video? You promised us that.
You really ruin someone's experience just because you have car collision on.
Yes.
In a game like Forza Motorsport, maybe so, because they can just shoot you off the track and you're done. In an arcade race, okay, you're gonna hit the wall, you're gonna lose a bit of speed, it's fine.
Appreciate you, Sayak. I needed to pin a message in every single stream. Yeah, I like collisions just because it feels a little bit more like there's consequence. Not because I not because I like to bin people off. It's not intentional. But I understand that some people would like it off, and I think come next game, I think the main argument was that they don't want to separate the lobbies that much. Compared to because obviously we're talking a year after the game came out. Most people have dropped the game. We don't want to segregate the audience that we have left by having non-collision lobbies and collision lobbies.
Makes sense. I remember in Blur, you had 10-man lobbies, 20-man lobbies, and battle mode. Basically, those were the 3 game modes that were actually used. The game had a hardcore mode where you couldn't use the power-ups. So we just just
that was so cool.
And you basically had Project Gotham Racing. Right?
Yep.
But that mode was dead.
Yeah, that's the problem.
No one was actually playing it, right? It's cool that they had it, but you could never even get 10 people together to fill up that mode.
No.
Most of the time, people went into the 20-player mode, because it was the most chaotic and therefore the most fun to most people, myself included. And the 10-man lobbies were usually for the hardcore drifters that just wanted to go as fast as possible with less friction, with less interference from other drivers. But still, you had the majority of the players in the 20-man lobbies. So it kind of fixed itself. So even if you do offer multiple options, as long as it is not completely ridiculous and like have 50 different options and have only dead lobbies, it kind of figures itself out. There's probably times where people would just enjoy the ability to have it, because then you could actually, call up your friends and be like, hey, let's do hardcore today, right? And then you're gonna have 4 or 5 people, and you could at least play the game mode.
Yeah, I think the best option really, I think, is to not go crazy. As I say, maybe just pull a number out my arse. 10 different lobbies. You could even rotate half of them and have half of them static, but then allow for creating privately your own and inviting people publicly. Maybe like a crew system, or maybe just an open invite. I don't know. Maybe even like Burnout Paradise, where you could just invite the session that you're in to join the race. Would be enough. But allowing you to create those, but just not giving you every option as a door, if that makes sense. Yeah, then you get 5 people.
Just remembered, so a lot of people asking, yo, why can we only have 4-player lobbies?
Yeah.
You guys want to know the reason? It is literally just the interface.
Yeah.
Because they don't have the ability to extend the interface to more than 4 people.
Yep.
That's why.
That is something we hammered at them for sure. Because of course, like, we want to have full lobbies before we go into them, but it's just they couldn't do it.
You have 16-player lobbies, and you could, as a content creator especially. My argument was always, okay, it's not gonna be a very common thing that you're gonna have 16 people together, but it's gonna be good for advertising. It's something you can show off to big audiences and be like, hey, I set up this cool mega event, you can join us tomorrow, blah blah blah, right? And then make a video about it, and people are gonna be excited for it. And I do think it does add to the game's reach, regards of
hugely,
just potential cool things, right? You see it with other games too.
Yeah, that was a miss. Frustrating one.
Right, like, I think for every normal thinking human being, it's like, okay, so you just add multiple pages, right? But it's not that easy, right?
No.
Like, when you build something from the ground up, you have certain limitations, and if you don't think about extending those limitations right at the beginning, it's not easy to fix.
Yeah, but trust us, we've hammered things like that home a lot.
Yeah.
A lot. There's so much confusion with the game in general, because the amount of people that say, I can't get anyone to join a race. Okay, but you don't realize they added a PvP. Do the PvP. That's why they did it. People join, I'm like, oh, I'm not getting anyone on my races. No one plays this game. Do the PvP.
Game mode,
So, it's frustrating.
But it's one of those things, the damage is done, right? Some people, actually most people, once you leave, you don't come back.
Choose a different
right? There needs to usually be a huge media uproar in order to get people even aware of the fact that, hey, now there's really a lot of cool stuff in multiplayer.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But what I've seen, the first thing people are going to ask, and did they fix the handling?
Yeah.
Right. So they're like, okay, I'm considering coming back, but
well, that's the thing.
Fixed?
I still get comments of people saying like, I can't like, can you turn off the cartoons? Like, did they do that yet? I'm like, yes, like a year and a half ago at this point.
Yeah, I mean that's the
they
damage
just don't make
that
enough
is
noise,
done, right? Yeah. That's the damage that is done, and it's so hard to repair. And usually, it just needs a new game that does it right from the get-go.
Yep, for sure.
Because most people just read the reviews, watch your and my videos, and
try the
obviously other
Callaway
creators,
Corvette.
and that's it.
Love
That's
the
all the
content.
information they're going to be getting for the rest of the game's life cycle.
All right, I'm gonna quickly try a different car. Let's do the Corvette. Appreciate that, thank you.
Oops. Oh, the Enzo could be a fun car. I should try that one. But every time I see a red, black, and white livery, not only do I think about, you know, the Darius crew, but also of Drive Club, because that was like the default color scheme for all of their cars.
Yep. The leaks for that were pretty funny. I remember there's just a guy on, I think it was, so it's a car trading website called Piston Heads in the UK, and he was just like, oh yeah, some guys from a game company just came to scan from Sony came to scan my Skyline, and it was like, yes, we know what's coming next.
Yep,
He's probably not meant to say that.
That's a cool preview. That's a nice sneak peek.
I didn't expect people to hate the cartoons. I think it was just so jarring, really. I think is the main thing. I don't hate them. I dislike the characters. I kind of like the effects. They could incorporate that still, I think, into some like more realistic still, some look. But because it definitely really helps with the feedback and whatnot. But I think they went maybe too drastic with it for the first time they've done something properly like that on a mainline game.
The way I always saw it is you have like real cars and then you have unrealistic effects. This mismatch, I think, is the problem.
Yeah.
Like, on the one hand, you want to deliver like authentic cars and tuner culture, and then you add stuff that is just not real, right?
Yeah.
I think that's bothersome to a lot of people. But yeah, as you said, you know, I'm a little bit more open to this kind of stuff. I'm okay with trying new stuff, but definitely probably should have done some, you know, audience testing before they did it, just to see people's reactions to it before they base their game around it.
I'm always curious as to if they did the same game but Japan, how would the perception be different? Because I think it could I think it would have been different. I think people would have been a little bit more kind overall.
I mean, TXR is pretty much bang on realistic look. If anything, Night Runners has more art style to it. But I think the reason why that passes is because the sense of speed feels so good in that game.
Yeah. I built the wrong car. Someone told me to build something.
Yeah, I
and
wanted
built
to try
the
the
complete opposite.
Enzo. Actually, let's try on default first. Whoops.
Thing in Japan. Exactly. On the Need for Speed lore map, I've not added anything because I am about halfway through working on the video. It's a bit... video form is less fun to do. But it should be a good one.
How many like problems appear with, let's say, conflicting information?
I want to scream in the face of everybody that ever wrote for Need for Speed. It's basically what it's come down to.
I mean, they do have like the jabs and shoutouts here and there. You came from the underground, I got this guy busted called Ryan Cooper, and so on, right?
Yeah.
So it's like super random.
They just don't bother
franchise.
looking at what was previously said.
Yeah.
I mean, they probably don't have the time.
I mean, honestly, I would rather have them just play the damn games before they think about lore. In that regard, you know.
That would be kind, yeah.
Yeah.
Ibrahim, I do remember you. Appreciate you for still being here.
Let's see if the Enzo is any good.
Show all the cars. I will. Not right now.
Curious how the Enzo is gonna perform. But I heard from many people that they're actually quite happy with the balance, and that you have multiple cars being competitive. It's quite nice.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what a transmog is?
A
Transmogrification. Okay, it's something you do in RPGs, where basically you can pick whatever is meta, but then you can change the looks.
Okay.
Right, so you'd have like the best equipment in World of Warcraft, right? But then you make it look like different equipment.
Right,
and
okay.
the same thing for cars could be great, because I know for a fact that metas can be quite boring if everyone uses the same car.
It's true, yeah.
Now imagine you have the meta car, but you make it look like your favorite car.
That's a very good point.
That's pretty cool, isn't it?
Kind of the direction I was hoping they would go with engine swaps.
Mm-hmm.
Because you could kind of just, you know, swap the shell essentially. But but then it's an argument of like, do you want to keep the characteristics of the base car? So putting a Regera engine in a Golf is hilarious. But should it actually be good?
Always.
So how do you go? How do you? Where do you go with that?
Oh, I would do it for sure.
Oh yeah.
The Golf is better.
Yeah, I'm on both sides, because I loved making just stupid cars that can't put the power down, but at the same time, when it comes down to it, I want to put the power down, and I want to use the car that I want to use.
It would cause hitbox problems.
Nice, Ibrahim.
Yeah, okay, that's actually a good argument. So if you do transmog and you make your Ferrari look like a Lambo or whatever, you would have the same performance, but you would have a different hitbox. So people might end up using a hitbox that is much smaller. That's actually very good input. Right, then you just take, I don't know, what's like a super small car, something like a smart C2 or something.
Yeah, if it was like fully visual, yeah.
And that would actually give you an advantage, because then you can take the lines better in a smaller car. Because you just have physically more space to move around.
Yeah, it really comes down to like, should it, say it's a full kind of platform swap, so like drivetrain, you know, all of that, should it just fully replicate the original car that it came from? Or
kind of like NASCAR, you just put your sticker on.
Yeah. Or should it actually perform a little bit kind of inspired by, say, the wheelbase of the car that it's on?
Yeah.
It's a difficult one.
But yeah, a nitpick, and you know, something you can think about when the rest of the game is dialed in. And I think that's where a lot of games go wrong, where they just try so many different things early on and then mess up the basics.
Yeah. Which map would you import into Unbound? I mean, I think the Unbound map's fine. I think it's a bit of a weak map overall, but I think technically it's fine. I think modern Need for Speed, the heat map was the best laid out. Elevations and just different biomes without feeling disconnected, like Payback.
Yeah, the elevation changes, I'm big on that. I really like that when you go up and down a hill, it just makes for such an interesting world.
Yeah.
Then you add in, you know, 1 or 2 highways and some cool cities, and you're kind of done.
Yeah.
The only thing that was very unnecessary in most recent Need for Speeds is the off-roading.
That's what I'm talking about. Like, I really want them to just not.
Yeah, it's a bit of a waste of time in my opinion.
Yeah, but now they've got Codemasters. They might do more of it.
I mean, there were a few exceptions. I remember, for example, in Payback, especially when you did this trick driving. What was it called? You know, the one with the jumps and the drifts.
Oh yeah.
That had a name. Speedcross.
Speedcross, yeah.
Yeah. That actually had some really interesting maps, which were like huge jumps in a mountain area. So you had huge elevation changes in combination with jumps and drifting, and that was really fun. It wasn't necessarily off-roading, but that's, you know, the kind what I would expect from an off-road event, where I jump up and down mountains with huge gaps in between the roads. So, you know, it's actually fun, right? It's like watching Group B rally, even modern rally with some, you know, nice jumps. You know, it's just more interesting that way, because driving slowly on dirt is not really it.
No, it's not. It's really not.
For me, it beats the purpose of, you know, Need for Speed, right?
Yeah, I don't get what they were doing with the off-road. I really don't. There's more ways they could have gone beforehand. I want them to simple it down. Not, you know, I'm not talking to the point of Tokyo Extreme where it's just highway racing, but they need to just hone in on what it is and just do it properly for once. And not try and go, oh, well, no, we need to cover this space and this space because Forza does this and don't care. Yeah. You don't need to do everything, because Forza isn't the master of like everything. It kind of just covers everything lightly, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it also has a bunch of stuff that is in there, but nobody plays it.
Yeah.
There was this tag game mode. I actually didn't play it.
Oh, the hide and seek game mode was so bad.
Yeah, I think I saw a video and I was like, I'm not playing this.
It's so bad. I have no idea what's going on. Have they ever played hide and seek?
Yeah. Where I was like, okay, this looks... I wasn't interested in it in the first place. Then I saw your opinion about it, and the gameplay was like, yeah, this is definitely not for me.
But I was like, I'd be a hypocrite if I didn't give it a go, because I'm always like, I prefer gameplay over just throwing more cars at a game.
Yeah.
But you know what? Maybe that's only so if the game mode is good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm usually not big on just adding cars, but what I'm big on is when you add new racetracks. And that is what Drive Club excelled in. You know, Drive Club gave you, for the viewers, right, they gave you all of the tracks for free. So in multiplayer, there was no separation. And the DLC that you bought gave you the new cars, which you should have bought anyways because they were better. So obviously they want to make money, so the DLC cars are going to be faster than the other cars in the class. But it didn't bother me because we always got new tracks with it. And the game just got bigger and bigger, and I was so excited every time when a DLC came around. Probably the last time I was actually excited for a game's DLC. Maybe one exception, I do like the Hot Wheels DLCs in Forza Horizon. I was actually quite hyped
to be fair, that was pretty good.
That was cool.
Of the DLCs they've done, that's definitely up there.
That reminds me of the Rally DLC. It was so funny because I booted up Horizon 5 again and was like, oh, that was the DLC. Like, I completely forgot about it. What it was about, what I was doing there on this extra area. Like, I completely forgot everything. It was so unremarkable.
The thing with that as well is that every game after that for a while, other than the Hot Wheels and Lego one expansion, but every game they did, the first expansion is an island where you do rally, and it's like, come on, you can think of, but this one's got a storm on it. This one's got stormy weather. Ooh. And you'll do the island. You might not even finish it. You will leave, and you will never go back to the island ever again. I kind of forget that it has it.
Yeah. And that's exactly how I felt about the Horizon 5 Rally DLC. I think it was called Rally Adventures. That was the name.
Oh, yeah.
Completely forgot about it. It was so funny. I remember someone in the chat, oh, you remember the second DLC? And I was like, wait. Yeah, there was a second DLC. Shit, what was it?
Yep.
I could only remember, Hot Wheels. That was fun.
Map expansion enjoyer. Why am I not racing? No one started a race yet.
Oh, my race is going. You might have been,
Oh,
might
I
have been
missed
kicked
it.
out. Yeah, restarts. Oh, okay. I thought that some people get disconnected during the event load. Ooh, I see. A Celine.
That song, Kenji, the Tokyo Drift song, I had no idea that it was produced by Pharrell. Everything is produced by Pharrell. Did you know that?
Oh no! Wow.
He does a lot. He does everything.
Especially I haven't heard Pharrell, the name, in such a long time. You know what I hope for TXR is that they sold so many copies and got so much positive feedback that they include a multiplayer for the game down the line, or even with the full game release.
I mean, when you look at the last game they made, this is insane.
Yeah.
They made the weird indie like platformer game with a green haired girl.
Yeah.
2D, like it was odd. To then come back with this is kind of crazy. So yeah, I mean, once the game's supposed to be fully out, like again this year, I think, so it's not going to take long.
Yeah, I think even in summer, like quite early.
And so then it'll go to console, and then I think from there it's like, guys, we got to capitalize on this, surely. You could smash these out yearly.
Yeah, and if they get it out before the release of Night Runners, they will have a field day, you know. But honestly, I think it will increase the Night Runner sales too, because then people are like, "Hey, I want more."
Yeah, honestly, both games I love both.
Yeah,
they're so good, and I'm
yeah,
so
exactly.
happy. Like, small games are just doing it. They're doing it right.
And especially if people ask me which one's better. Honestly, I don't care. I'll buy and play both. They're both amazing.
Yeah, honestly.
I really don't need a dick measuring contest for those two games, right?
And neither of them are full price. So
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't notice the 4 count on that song either, but yeah, it's there. Stupid versus stupid. Listen.
Dude, I always get triggered when someone says HP, you know, like when the when the H gets so extremely overpronounced. They say H, you know? Yeah, that triggers. It just kills me, man.
Oh yeah, no, I understand what you meant, Bruss. Every game should do something different. I prefer overall Motorfest's take on it. However, they should not make a festival racer ever again. One is too many. They need to do their own thing.
I think I need to bring my Carrera GT more often. I see a lot of high-speed races. Actually, the Enzo was really good earlier. I think I'll bring that back.
Was Enzo good, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Don't think it did anything super specific about it. It has, you know, a few stock parts that you can't even tune, so that makes it easier.
Thank you, Shadow Realm. I appreciate you. Welcome to Team Pants. I was going to call it the knobheads, but like I just worry if I put knobheads, YouTube just destroys me. Oh yeah, go watch my Tokyo Extreme Racer video if you're watching that series. Please go watch it now. Watch it. I'm not that far off, am I? Will I join a race? Yeah, I will in a minute.
I think we have about a minute left on this race.
Okay, cool. if you didn't know, North America barely has any electric kettles. Scary, if you ask me.
Wait, electric what?
Yeah, in America they boil kettles, like the water on a stove. Like they do it on a stove rather than an electric kettle.
Oh.
It's the more common way to do it, which is very odd. Just get an electric kettle.
Yeah,
I think
like
they're now getting them.
It's really old school. Doing that on the stove.
To be
the
fair,
only time I boil water on the stove, it's gonna be for noodles and rice.
To be fair, I don't have a kettle. Actually, thinking about it, I threw mine away because it was getting nasty and old.
Yeah, they do get pretty scaly over time.
Yeah. And so I just binned it.
A bit of it also gets like a bit of a yellow tint as well, so it's not just white.
So I
it
now
probably looks a lot more disgusting if you don't own it yourself. Like imagine you come home to me and then you see this kettle with like a scaly, slight yellow. I think I'm good. I don't need a tea. Thanks, man.
Yeah. Right, is it 109?
Yes.
Yeah, I actually don't. So, because we're kind of downsizing on my next move, we don't have a lot of like kitchen stuff. I'm trying not to overload the kitchen stuff. So, we got rid of all our pans and we got dishwasher safe everything because I do not like cleaning pots. I don't care if you're fancy, I don't know what you call them, coated, non-stick pans are good. I've just got full stainless steel, machine washable. It does it.
I mean, the Teflon stuff works fine, but you can only combine it with like wooden utensils, right? Because if you use metal, you're gonna scratch off the Teflon.
Yeah,
and it's gonna ruin it, and it's also super not healthy to ingest that stuff. So I do use it, but only for certain foods, and always with a wooden spoon.
Yeah, no, I went full stainless.
That's nice. You do burn things from time to time, though.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, for sure. To be fair, it's not bad when if you get it to the right temperature, use oil, you don't generally get much stuff stuck, so it's not too bad. And then the coatings on the coated ones, they wear off over time. But I don't have that. I don't have a coating.
Well, it does transfer the heat really, really well, though.
Yeah. What's your take on World? When I played it at the time, I didn't like it. No. But now
it's one of those games.
Great.
It's one of those games where it sucks when you're broke.
Yeah. Like all mobile games.
Yeah, like most free-to-play games. I think the only racing game that didn't go down that route was Trackmania back then.
Holy crap! This is really cool.
What did he do?
I'm in the Corvette Sledgehammer, I think it's called. It's kind of like a drag car, is the way I would describe it. It's very quick, doesn't turn, but it's very cool.
Well, in the career mode, there is a improvised highway battle. Like it from the cover.
Yeah.
They basically took the mechanic from the canyons, with the distance and the points, but they just put it on a highway.
That's really
if
cool.
If you overtake the opponent, after 10 seconds you win, and if you don't, well, it's just about the points. Just like the canyon battles.
Yeah, the turn ability is not so great. Everything else is really awesome. I need a I need a drag strip. That's what I need. A very long one from like Fast and Furious runway.
Should have stuck to the Veyron.
feel like in Carbon, it communicates when the boost is kicking in a heck of a lot more than the new games do. That's one gripe I have, is that they have all the turbos, twin turbos, superchargers. It feels like pretty much they don't actually make a huge difference in terms of how they should work.
Yeah.
They just make the car faster.
Mm-hmm.
But in this game, I can kind of feel the boost kicking in, and when I don't have it, I can feel the turbo lag.
Can you stone me?
Oh my god, this is... It's like driving a yacht.
You know what it just reminded me of? The races in drag cars in Payback.
Oh god.
I don't know who came up with that idea. And
No.
they did it so simple, they just turned off brake to drift and turned on traction control.
Yeah.
But it didn't do anything else other than that to mess with the cars. You could still force a drift if you slammed down the handbrake and got somewhat of a maneuverable car, but it just felt so weird. It just felt so out of place. Why would you use a car that's clearly not made for this?
It was
Like,
really odd, yeah.
Really just shoehorned it into the game. It's like, oh, this could be fun. Nah.
You can tell when something just was so terrible in the previous game when they just do not bother in the next. Heat had
Yeah,
nothing.
True. But
I think I had the
sometimes
tires
miss out-
actually.
Sometimes miss out some cool stuff too. For example, I'm still looking to get back the high-speed challenges from Pro Stream.
Yeah. Oh god, those were terrifying.
Those were terrifying, and that's the feeling. That's the feeling, man. That's what I miss.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. To be clear, chat, I'm not last place. There's probably about 50 people in this race. Might be a slight over-exaggeration, but
Not sure if we're limited to 20, possibly.
I think there's at least a couple more, because I was 20th before and I was not last.
Ah, okay, cool.
I mean, no, I wasn't.
Never.
It couldn't possibly.
Where does streamer benefits?
Hello, Theo.
Hey, Nook.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much. The McDonald's ads go hard. What? You know, I kind of forget what ads are like until I go back to Twitch, because I pay for premium.
Yeah.
And Twitch is something. I mean, it's
Twitch
great
is
for me,
definitely-
but like,
Yeah, I mean, Twitch is definitely something. You know, as a partner, you should be free from ads.
yeah.
And whenever I'm on my mobile phone, that apparently does not apply. So, when I'm on my phone, they slam me with ads as well.
One of the best things about the new terrible app design on Twitch, if I'm like, if I click on someone's stream and I get an ad, if I just make it small, I can see the stream on the feed until the ad is finished, and then come back up.
And that's a neat trick, though. But they kind of embrace the TikTok layout, though. Like,
Yeah,
the initial
it's so
screen that you
weird.
see is this stupid scrolling thing.
I don't
where
understand that.
They decide what they show you next. I hate it.
No, it's really, really odd. It's not the app for it. Most people are not streaming in that aspect ratio, so it looks really bad.
Yeah, not a fan of it. And fun fact: Twitch lost about 25% of all subscribers in the last year.
Man.
So they're not doing well. Probably losing lots of market share to YouTube. Although, in my opinion, YouTube could absolutely destroy Twitch the moment they fix the interface.
If they tried, they could.
Yeah, like the moment they make the platform visually better. You know, I mean, Kick did the same thing. Just copy and paste the Twitch. And it's working, right? Like, why would you change? Why would you change running system? So I'm not really against that because I would rather have that than the YouTube overlay.
Yeah,
that's just how it is. But man, if YouTube gets serious, Twitch is doomed.
Yeah, that's the thing. YouTube isn't trying. They set a base, and they were like, "Yep, that'll do."
Yeah, I wonder if it's like hardware limitations. You know, maybe they don't want to grow that fast.
Yeah,
that wouldn't surprise me.
I mean, realistically, Shorts kind of just took over the focus for sure.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. They can take a lot of market share from TikTok that way.
Be interesting to see what. I'm kind of sat waiting, honestly. To see what happens with TikTok, because obviously technically they're banned, but Trump's saying ignore.
Yeah, it was like banned for a day, probably a power play.
Yeah,
and now they're probably just doing a lot of
so technically it's still
backroom
by law
negotiations
illegal, because I was looking into America's politics is so confusing, but basically Trump can't really make it unless he gets a vote through Congress. He can't actually make it legal again by himself. He's the one that damn banned the thing, so he's getting the praise for it. It was, but basically, I don't know what's gonna happen. So I'm kind of looking forward to not putting any effort into it at all, because most of my audience is American.
Yeah.
But
it's good Fed revenue. It's good Fed revenue if you have all the Americans. It's not bad, right?
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, that was something funny. I was having arguments with some Americans about the Cybertruck. My Cybertruck tweet blew up, and I was saying that I'm glad it's banned in Europe. And the Americans were like, "Oh, Britain's a police state and they're controlling and da 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 da." Fun fact: you can't take Kinder eggs, Kinder Surprise eggs into America. They will take them from you at customs.
It's still a thing. It's still a thing, right?
So who's the controlling? Who's the controlling state? They're worried kids are gonna choke on the toy in the egg.
Yeah. It would probably be fine if there was like a giant ass warning on the packaging somewhere.
Yeah.
That, you know, you swallowing can lead to death or some kind of shit.
Are these PC Online mods available for Pro Street or Undercover? I don't know if those work online. This is a big rework. This mod. Big rework.
Granz is one of the best places.
Now, for all the other games, Most Wanted has a dedicated online community, but for the other games, you know, you just set up some kind of software that emulates a LAN network.
Yeah.
And then you could still use the LAN functionality.
Oh, it's Dominic Toretto. This other Corvette is really nice, actually. Oh no! It's still really nice. It's a race car. That's for sure.
Man, at this point, I'm actually fairly confident that most people don't even know what a LAN network is for multiplayer, right?
This
so that's the last time that was necessary for anyone,
man,
right?
I remember when PSN down was for like, PSN was down for about a month, I think it was. And I was trying to find a way to, like, emulate a local network across the internet with a friend, like through my laptop. Just because it happened the day Portal 2 came out, and I couldn't even redeem my so that it came with a Steam version along with the PlayStation version. But because I couldn't get online on PSN, the code wouldn't activate for Steam, so I was kind of stuck. So I tried to land that.
And it didn't work.
No, no, it did not. Not very well.
That would have been pretty cool if it would have, though.
Yeah. I was using like Hamachi, I think that was the name of the application. That worked for a lot of Minecraft servers before I knew how to port forward.
You know, one really disappointing memory that I have of the PlayStation 3, it's probably the first time I heard about Bitcoin. When I heard that they used PlayStation 3s to mine Bitcoin.
Oh, yeah.
And I think at that point, Bitcoin was below $1,000 per coin, so that would have been, yeah, quite a big difference investing at that point.
No, I need to
But I think that's as early. I think that's as early as I ever heard about it.
Bit of a delay on my capture card. That's fun. I'll reset my capture card after this race. 26%.
I'm actually surprised that Elgato has nothing in place to prevent this.
Yeah.
It's strange. Like, from what I can tell, it's because they're using 29.97 instead of 30 FPS for the audio. That sounds like an easy fix to me. And I remember when I was partnered with them, I told the technical guys exactly about this and like, guys, why is this necessary or why is this happening?
Yep.
And basically got ignored.
It sounds about right, yeah. I did use the PCI card until they brought out the new ones. Because the new 4K, like, the new 4K card they have is not
MC Mental is best bitty bitty bobbity bringing that pressure robot I would keep human as a po bringing it down litty bitty bob bitty bob.
And one for the PC.
I can't quite remember what the main reason was, but I think it's like pass through that's a little bit different.
Okay.
Which the internal card is weaker, which doesn't really make any sense.
That makes no sense whatsoever.
No, it should be the stronger one. That's why I always went with it, and it seemed a little bit more reliable. And even the Camlink Pro is a little bit more reliable than the...
I actually got some issues with that one.
Really?
I'm not sure if it's OBS related, but ever so often, like, it doesn't boot up when I open OBS, and then I have to unplug and replug.
See, one... oh, yeah, no, I've had... that's just an Elgato thing in general.
Yeah, Elgato definitely could write on the box if we tried turning it off and on. I remember one of their fixes is to take the PC off the power supply for like 5 minutes to make sure that it has zero power and it reboots completely.
Weird. Yeah, they got
But
some
to
jank.
be fair, I haven't had that in quite a while. But also upgrades to 4K Pro.
Yeah. Yeah, the issue I had, so I had a Threadripper machine, like second Threadripper AMD machine. The motherboards go pop and don't work anymore after about a year, and not great. No, so I said stuff it and switched to Intel, the 14900K. I thought this is going to be safer.
Oh yeah, good choice. But did you end up drilling it? Or
no, I didn't run into that issue. I got some instability, but I didn't actually get it to die. The only thing so the Intel over AMD, one thing I've noticed is in Windows at least, the audio is a little bit better in terms of like pacing, audio timing, should I say? I don't know. I think it's just the inbuilt bias of Intel from back 10 years ago. No, the issue I had with it is that I used my 4K capture, the Camlink Pro, and on the AMD system you get more PCI lanes.
Yeah.
To the point where I could only have one camera work on the on the Camlink Pro at one time. It would just kill the other ones.
I mean, they do have this multi-cam link PCI card. Do you know
that's what it was. So it was four. I think it's 4 ports. But because I didn't have enough PCI lanes.
I see.
Because AMD give you a lot more.
Got it.
per like the motherboard, but yeah,
Yeah.
Intel is still quite a bit lower, so I could only have one enabled at a time. Because I usually had the rig camera, my main camera, and then like a spare that kind of handheld camera, and then a wheel camera just kind of permanently set up. But now I have to just switch HDMI cables, which is fine.
That works. That's not too bad, yeah.
It's not too bad. I could just get a HDMI switch, but I've just not done that yet.
I remember I maybe not color coded, but I pattern coded my HDMI cable. So I knew my PlayStation 3 had 3 markings on it.
Ah, nice.
My Xbox had 2. My Switch had 1. That kind of stuff.
You know the thing when like you're gonna move soon, so there's so many things you want to rip out and redo, but you're just kind of like, there's no point doing it right now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna move and I'm gonna have to undo everything, so I'm just kind of waiting.
It is quite satisfying though when you like
Yeah.
go to set up and you can actually put all the cables parallel instead of cross everywhere.
Yep. It is much nicer.
If you don't do the cable management at that point, you're never gonna do it.
Exactly. Yep, absolutely. I mean, I've been here 5 years now, so, and I don't even use the PC that's like sat next to me anymore. So there's just double everything.
I mean, I do quite regularly upgrade my gaming and streaming PCs, so I do end up with a lot of machines, but luckily my family is not super tech. Techy, so I can just give it to them and be like, hey, here's a nice upgrade.
Yep.
For example, my sister studying to be an architect, and she just wanted to draw some things at home, and she had like a machine without a graphics card, and she was running it on like an internal GPU on the CPU, right? It's like integrated.
Yeah.
BS. It's absolutely horrible, and doesn't really work sometimes. And if it does, it's extremely slow. And I gave her like a 5-year-old machine, and she was more than.
Oh yeah. That's when you realize, like, maybe I go too high.
YouTubers top Ether Ford been a big
To be fair,
fan
there
for
was a
years of both
2018
of you.
there, so.
I will be racing against Razor
a
on
bad chip,
NW soon.
bro.
Any tips?
I appreciate that, Mark. I will read in a second. It's a long race. It's a good one though.
So
I like
close.
this.
So close to top 2 here. Yeah, long races super satisfying. I prefer sprints in general over circuits, like just not
100%.
seeing the same part twice or 3 times. I just enjoyed it more, especially when you have an open world. You can make huge and exciting sprints.
Yeah, no, 100%. I'm much more sprint, or some games I guess point to point. Juice mixed them up, I remember. I think, yeah, they had a mixture of point-to-point, sprint, and drag races, and they got them all kind of all over the place. But yeah, no, I prefer them. I'm not much one for knocking seconds off of my times. I'm not that guy. Not for circuits.
How do you join us? So once you have it installed, go to online, and you want to join the Kiwi Grape 1337 server. Like it's written here. You just type it in. You connect with your username, and then you want to press T that opens the chat. And yeah, so you would do /join111, for example, right?
Mark, thank you so much. So awesome seeing the best Need for Speed YouTubers. Hey, appreciate it. I'll be racing against Razor on Most Wanted soon. Any tips? Ram him off the road. That's my advice. Kuru, do you have any tips for Mark here? He asked tips for beating Razor in Most Wanted. you're the Most Wanted guy. So.
All right, you can definitely do it in any car. So don't worry too much about which car you're having. Just make sure you bought all the upgrades, that's for sure. But the one thing I want you to do, make sure you have at least a spoiler or a body kit, which you probably should have, so you can tune your car to aerodynamics +5. This is the one setting that will make you way faster around the corners, and is basically just a benefit. There's no downside to it, so you definitely want to do this, and then honestly you shouldn't have too much trouble with Razer.
Nice. Neko, about the AMD thing working fine for a year. No. Let me just make this clear. Ryzen, perfect. I would highly suggest Ryzen. Ryzen Threadripper, not good.
Yeah, I agree. Like I had issues with my Threadripper too. I had like the second gen one, like the 2950X.
It felt like in every single situation, like I had a few small issues and like one big issue, which was the motherboard going bang twice. Well, I had one. Sorry, no. I went through 2 motherboards on Threadripper 1000 and 1 motherboard on Threadripper 3000, and I just went, I'm not doing this again. The issue, I think, is that so little people actually had it that I couldn't troubleshoot most stuff because no one's spending 3,000 on like a CPU. It just makes no sense. So there's no troubleshooting out there. And then AMD themselves
subscribe for about 3 months. Really enjoy your videos.
Yeah, my issue was actually with the RAM. So when XMP was activated, the entire machine became laggy.
Yes! Okay, no, I had the exact same thing. XMP enabled, and I think that was related. If I had it enabled, every single one of my 64 cores on 128 threads ran at 0.1 gigahertz. until I disabled it or restarted it a few times. That would fix it. It was so insane, and it would lag so much to get onto Windows to actually be able to.
Exact same issue here. Like, unless you have the perfect RAM, you cannot use XMP with those CPUs.
No.
It just doesn't work.
So normal Ryzen, I would not suggest anything else if that's what you're looking at.
Yeah, just get the gamer CPU.
No. Do not.
Especially if you go for like a work machine, you don't need to get the X3D one, right? There's one with more cores. And that's perfectly fine as a workstation.
100%.
Also, it's kind of cool right now to make fun of Intel, so join the club.
Being subscribed. Thank you, Chris. Being subscribed for about 3 months. Really enjoy. I appreciate you.
You know, I was actually working with HP on some of the products that they released, and they were like, "Hey, what's like a good CPU right now?" And it was exactly that day where Intel stock dropped like by 30% because all of the CPUs went to shit.
It's so insane. I've not really ever seen anything like this because I jumped on AMD back in the pile driver days, which was a terrible time to jump into the AMD ecosystem. However, I managed to bear through it. Then they became top dog, and Intel is in the toilet. It's crazy. I've just not experienced anything like that before, because that was the way to go, you know?
Yeah, exactly. That was like the gaming CPU for decades.
Crazy.
And here, there, and then AMD did have a good product. For example, when there was still single cores, I remember AMD were like the first ones that made a 1 gigahertz processor.
Yep.
And they were taking the performance crown back then, but you know, once again, I was a pro gamer, so I could look at it from afar. Also looking at the 9800 GTXs, right? But they actually called GTX? I don't even know.
Maybe?
GT, right?
Oh, GT, and then it became GTX.
I think it was 9000. Yeah, exactly. And that was the 280 GTX.
Yep.
So yeah, never really had those.
Ibrahim, I
actually got my first gaming PC after I did my social service for the firefighters, and then I went hard. Like I got a quad-core Intel with 2 GTX 280s.
Oh man!
So I immediately went SLI. You know, I was one of the guys that actually could run Crysis.
my first PC that I built, which was my first proper PC, it was I built it from about £350. Basically, my dad collected like pennies and things he didn't want to bother using, and he said just take all those if you count them, or take them to the bank and they'll count them, and you can have the money that comes from that. And so I had about £350, and that's why I went AMD, because I went like discount. No one was buying pile drivers and bulldozers, so I did, and I got like a quad core, and I'm like, oh mate, it's got like it's actually got 8 threads. I've got like basically say like an 8 core.
Yeah.
That's like early days of hyper threading, and it did the job. To be fair, it did pretty good. Just it didn't take long before I was like, no, I need a little bit more than this. And then GPU encoding turned up, and that was amazing. Oh, SLI. Oh my god. I had an AMD card that was the 295X2. It was a liquid cooled, like all-in-one GPU that had 2 of the AMD top-end GPUs at the time.
Yeah, so it was running Crossfire on the card.
Yeah, it was running Crossfire on the card, and it was the worst graphics card I've ever bought.
Because I mean, I gotta be honest. Most games did not support
exactly.
SLI
It did
all.
not. There was no support, and it was honestly terrible. And when it did work, it didn't work very well, and you had to be full screen to use it.
Oh yeah, most of the time it was a 400 euro paperweight.
Yes.
Like I deactivated it. Like the SLI was just not doing its thing. It actually made it worse having it activated and eating more electricity. So yeah, in most games I just had to turn it off.
Sergeant Croc, like Kuru said in an earlier video, future-proof a new PC. Go overkill. I would agree. I think up to a point. So, like for example, for most people, when we're talking about wanting to get like a 5090, do not get a 5090. It is dumb. I would say 5080 is probably a good place to be, especially with like, I don't know, going to the last little step is like another £600-700. It makes no sense for most people.
Yeah.
For the case of us, like a 5090 actually has 3 encoders instead of 2. Which, fun fact, one of the encoders on an NVIDIA GPU, the new encoders, you can encode 2 4K 60 streams like on one of those chips. So that's gonna last a hell of a long time, even if we go to 8K.
Yeah, like
for
honestly,
that job,
I
perfect.
don't even think they're gonna go to 8K anytime soon.
No.
With the little to no noticeable change, right? And it's primarily for TVs anyways, but looking at an 8K TV versus 4K, honestly, just get an OLED for the extra money and it's gonna be fine.
A bit of a weird thing happened with the 8K TVs because they were in like a because Europe decided to put into like a limitation on like how much power a TV could draw, but they didn't have a category. They had a category for HD and then 4K, but not 8K, and therefore 8K TVs and you just can't really find them unless they come to the power level of 4K when you turn them on. So you actually have to enable 8K on your 8K TV. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah. I mean, sure. I mean, you do have the processing power to upscale 4K to 8K, but it doesn't do very much because it is upscaled.
I usually, honestly, like I buy top end stuff all the time, and I don't see me buying an 8K TV for decades if I do.
Yeah.
Like it's just like, there is genuinely no point. The 4K is solid. I mean, most GPUs can't natively run modern games at 4K anyway, so like.
Yeah, like it would only make sense for gaming, and gaming does not work on 8K. It's just not optimized enough.
Black Panther and Kuru. So you'd like skip the 5090 altogether if you were like just not creators. You know, we can somewhat be like, oh yeah, I can justify it. For me, this is going to be my like, oh, I want to get this and not bother with. If frame gen is actually decent, because I've used the current frame gen and it is dog water, but like the new frame gen, if it's genuinely worth it, because I play at 4K, for example, my idea is I'm just not going to bother beyond that if it was good enough.
Yeah, either you have more money than you can spend, or you actually make some back.
Yeah, exactly.
With the purchase of a 5090. You know, if it's somehow involved in your job, then it is totally fine. I know a lot of graphics people love the 24 gigabytes of video RAM, and it's still a lot cheaper than the comparable enterprise products, right? The Quadros, they cost a heck a lot more.
7990 was a beast. Oh yeah, for sure. At the time. 7990 was a beast. Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. At the time. 7990 was a beast. Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. At the time. 7990 was a beast. Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. At the time. 7990 was a beast. Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. At the time. 7990 was a beast. Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. At the time. 7990 was a beast. Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. At the time. 7990 was a beast. Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. At the time. 7990 was a beast. Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. At the time. 7990 was a beast. Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. At the time. 7990 was a beast. Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. At the time. 7990 was a beast. Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. At the time. 7990 was a beast. Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. At the time. 7990 was a beast. Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. At the time. 7990 was a beast. Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. At the time. 7990 was a beast. Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. At the time. 7990 was a beast. Oh yeah, yeah,
I do hope that the new AMD GPUs
It's sounding pretty good.
kick Intel a little bit. Not Intel, Nvidia.
Yeah, it's sounding pretty good so far. Then obviously not. Then they've only spoke about their, is it 9070? I think it's called something.
Yeah, but I assume that's supposed to compete with the 5080, right?
I think
Not the
it's
5090, obviously.
Yeah, so I think it roughly like natively matches it.
Yeah.
But
that makes sense. that
they're
they
also
won't go for
kind of copying
5090.
the specific frame gen for that generation of GPU thing, because FSR has been quite like open source so far. But with this, you would, with a new multi-frame gen, you would, just like the Nvidia GPUs, you need the newest, which is a bit annoying, but you know,
Yeah.
has to be. I get it.
In that
Sometimes.
case, it's hardware related.
Yeah. Like, I'm a bit peeved that I've got a 4080 and I can't do the new frame gen. Like, what? I mean, I can
Yeah.
do the new type of frame gen. I just can't generate the 4 times. I want to know what that's like.
Yeah, I mean...
It might be terrible.
What's the refresh rate on your monitor?
I've got a 144 hertz 4K screen. It's not like
Yeah.
super huge, but there are some games where I'm like, I'm almost there.
Yeah, I'm looking at 4K to 40 hertz for my next monitor.
Yeah, it's really nice.
OLED, of course.
I mean,
otherwise, it's a bit of a waste. Like
Yeah.
if you go this big, might as well go all the way.
yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Mine's not an OLED. I was waiting for. They only just came out this year. 4K,
Yeah.
1440 plus OLED at 27 inch, because I don't like for my main screen. I don't want anything huge.
True. I mean, I got the model before that. It's 1440p and
Yeah.
40 hertz OLED, and that's amazing.
Yep.
Easily the best monitor I've ever had. So yeah, the only step up really is to double the resolution.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that's the thing. I don't even record in 4K. I record it in 1440 because it's just not worth it, really.
Yeah.
But
Can
for my
you
eyes,
imagine some people that it doesn't really matter for the YouTube experience because
Yeah,
they're
no.
watching the phone and then
exactly. Yeah.
it's actually something that I noticed on Twitch, that there was a time when I was streaming in 720p, the view count was higher simply because it was easier on people's internet
Yeah.
and bandwidth.
I
It was
found that with
easy
YouTube
to-
because if you do on YouTube, you can get the 3 options. There's like balanced in the middle, and then one can take longer to encode. You'll have less dropouts, and then the kind of faster mode. There's more issues with people having buffering because of the resolutions.
Yeah, for example, I can't imagine that buffering is ever worth it for the extra quality
Yeah,
for
no.
the rest of the viewers.
No, not on a stream, no way. So
I'm so mad at Twitch that we still don't have AV1 encoding.
yeah,
I'm alright. I'm fully set up here, to switch on a day's notice, right?
yep.
And Twitch, I don't know, has been lagging behind YouTube in AV1 for such a long time because they do have to renew all of the hardware.
It is an odd thing because you would think they'd be rushing to switch to it, considering they save a lot in bandwidth
Yeah.
and hardware. But the operating cost surely would be lower.
Yeah. I mean,
But
to
I
be fair,
guess-
they probably wouldn't change the bitrate for, let's say, partnered streamers, but it just would look better, right? AV1 is just a much better
True.
codec.
Yeah. I guess that's the thing. It depends because some people obviously will. Well, the idea is that you could lower the bitrate
Yeah.
and have the same like visual fidelity and less
Exactly.
artifacting and stuff. I feel like the people that do that, great. But yeah, most people are just going to be like, no, I'm now going to stream at 4K.
Yep. Or even 120 hertz.
Yeah,
streaming.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Could be fun.
The problem with AV1 at the moment is decoding hardware is not massively accessibly available yet. The newest MacBooks, for example, still don't have AV1 encode. They only have decode just.
Oh, interesting.
And that they came out end of last year, which is kind of crazy because Apple is supposed to be that we make we're good for media, we're good for
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're,
creation.
like, creation stuff.
Because
That really makes no sense, yeah.
yeah, the new the Mac Studio is coming out this year, the M4 one, which will be pretty beastly. but that's not going to have AV1 encode still because it's on the last year's chip.
Especially, I bet they could work together with NVIDIA just to get this AV1 codec chip, right? that they have on all the graphics card. Even AMD probably has it.
Well, Apple stuff is now in-house, so and it's ARM-based.
Yeah.
It's ARM-based, so they could very easily do it. I mean, phones for the last 5 years have been doing AV1.
Yeah.
It's just, you know, they just constantly ignore the important things and do the less important things.
I mean, Twitch feels a lot like game development. Like, every user has a better idea what's actually important right now and what they should do, and then they do something else.
Tom, I have I play at 4K and I have a 4080. I'm tempted to get a 5090. I understand you. That's the thing. Like, as I say, in Test Drive, for example, I can only now after the updates get 60. Before, I was very close.
Yeah, same thing here. I mean, CPU kind of relevant, and the GPU was kind of maxing the game at 60 FPS.
Yep. And so that's, I mean, I was just thinking, like, with frames, I know it's, you know, fake frames and all that, but
oh, true. You were playing on 6K though. I was actually going down to 1440p, and it was a bit above 60. That's the thing that I noticed. Like, messing around with the graphics settings didn't do shit.
Yeah, no.
Like, the frame rate stayed the same. Like, how does that even work? How do you turn the quality all the way up and all the way down?
And then they updated the game on the PlayStation and made it worse somehow.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I don't know how they did that. There's more stutters than ever, which is crazy for a console game. Do you consider
Unbound had that issue with one of the updates?
Yeah.
I think when the cops came out.
Yeah. Did you
Which was
consider
fixed afterwards?
going to a laptop and a docking station? I did consider that, to be honest, with the MacBooks, because so for my setup, just to give you context, I'm playing on just a Windows machine. It's a 5800X and a 4080, and then I'm encoding this stream. All my stream stuff and my editing is done on Macs. I'm using a Mac Studio M2 Max at the minute to encode this stream, and I do have the MacBook that literally has the same chip. Fun fact, my laptop encodes better than my desktop. Yeah. So I think it's a bit of a lottery in terms of the performance you get. It's not GPU based, the encoder. It's like a dedicated encoder, but it's weird. The M2 Ultra that I bought one, and then 114, and I found that it could do 4K 120, but it couldn't do 2 streams, which is a record and like a stream of 1440. However, the weaker model can't do 4K 120, but it can do 2 encodes of 1440 60. So I ended up saving myself some money, returning the Ultra, because that's like $6,000. And getting just an M2 Max. But yeah, that's what I use. So the only reason I do that is because I use, like, my energy bill doesn't exist anymore. Because the max draw is like 40 watts.
That is pretty nice. Not gonna lie. Like, my electricity bill is usually between $150 and $200.
Yeah.
A month.
Yeah, mine's going down and down and down.
Yeah, efficiency definitely has its perks when it comes to just pure production, nothing else.
And then in combination with that, we edit on Macs, because once again, with Windows machines, they are more powerful. I will probably be able to render a minute or 2 faster. But the problem I found is when you unplug a Windows laptop, that's an issue.
Oh yeah.
You lose a lot of performance, and so when you're actually trying to work on the go, you can't plug in all the time. So when I went to America recently, I powered my whole stream, recording videos, everything from that MacBook, and it's kind of amazing. That was not possible back in a few years ago without it overheating. But yeah, ARM-based stuff is really, really interesting to me. And the translation layer for games is actually pretty good now. Like non-native using translation, I can get Cyberpunk 2077 running at like 1600p, 40 FPS, just translating. Pretty cool.
Not bad.
But native is coming out later this year, but you know, the problem is Apple is always very late with that. Interest has gone from that game.
Yeah, I mean, at least they can do it.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't really the case in the past.
No, but it is pretty interesting because I think obviously now Windows is doing ARM on their laptops, on like even Surface and HP and Dell and everyone. They're going ARM with the Snapdragon X Elite or something.
Mm-hmm.
And again, you get the advantage of battery life, efficiency, and a laptop is so it's needed. It's really needed.
I mean, most laptops that I ever used, like after 2 hours, the juice is gone.
It's gone. And that's not even gaming.
Yeah, exactly. Like, if I really it's so annoying when you really start optimizing everything that the machine looks unrecognizable afterwards, and then you might get an extra hour of battery life.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So on Sergeant Croc, you mentioned that Macs are for productivity. I actually bought my first Mac when they were Intel based still, and I would argue that Windows laptops were better at that point. They didn't have the issue of, so like Windows, when you unplug it, you lose a lot of performance, even if you're in performance kind of battery setting or whatever it is. You lose a lot of performance. So when it came to, say, like E3 Gamescom, that was when I basically decided to go for a Mac, because you don't lose performance when you unplug, even on the Intel-based ones. However, the problem with Intel at the time in a laptop was, and Apple in general, everything was trying to be so thin and light that they had no cooling whatsoever. So the time you did need it, for example, I bought an i9 MacBook. That was a dumb idea. I don't know, it's probably like 6 cores or something, but you would click render, you would watch the temperature go double and then triple, and then it would be at 100, and it would just, you would lose all performance. It was done. So it didn't solve the problem. So ever since they've gone to their own silicon and they have encoder chips, dedicated chips, which use no CPU, no GPU, they are amazing. It's you can just keep using your machine like nothing's happening.
Hope you have a great weekend. Hope we play soon.
Appreciate you, Chaz. Thank you so much.
It makes sense, right? You just wanted to do its job.
Yep, that's it. That's it. No more. So I will not be upgrading from this M2 MacBook for a long time because it's so solid. That's the problem they've got now. The M1, M2, M3. They're so good that people are not upgrading as often. And so now they're planning to make them thinner and lighter and so on again in the next version. Probably to create some sense of like the battery drain is quicker. Or it overheats.
Yeah, I mean, I love when companies actually release a banger product. Then, either incentivizes them to delay the intermediate product or immediately come up with something much, much better that people have a reason to upgrade again. Like, I don't like delayed upgrades because it just slows down the entire industry, right?
Yes.
But, I mean, I understand why they have to do it, right? That's the business model, and that's how they can consistently make money, and they have guaranteed a product ready when they need to. But it holds the entire development back a little bit.
Black Panther complaining about hot laptops. Yeah, no. The problem is the best laptops you can get for Windows are the like big gamer thick boys, and I just don't want to carry that around. So it's kind of besides the whole point of a laptop. So that's why like the Steam Deck and GPDs and ROG Allies and all those are probably the best thing to do. Shaz, thank you so much. Appreciate you. 1080 is still enough. I mean, for gaming, yes, 1080 is enough on a laptop. But
I was genuinely surprised how much laptop you can get for your money.
yeah,
For example, I paid 1,300 euros for a 4070 laptop with a Ryzen. Don't know exactly the model. It was a good one, but it also comes with a 240 hertz IPS display.
wow.
And I remember times where 4070s were nearly that kind of money just for the card.
That's crazy.
Yeah, let me
ROG
boost
Ally
Theo.
for my laptop. Very easy to connect to a monitor. Yeah, it depends on the games for me. I use my GPD Win like on the go. I don't bother taking a gaming laptop because it's just it's just not worth like taking it with you unless you're going to like a hotel somewhere to set up. That would be fine. We're just talking laptops. That's all.
I just wanted a laptop, that is good for emulation too.
Yeah.
For the living room, just emulating all the consoles,
Yep.
party games for friends and family. That's what I needed to do.
Ibrahim, appreciate you. I know, but I prefer to pay for premium because I get YouTube Music. I use that as my music service, but also paying for premium it like actually supports the people that like you watch. I know that's because I'm like it would be wrong of me as a creator to use that. And also there's like issues recently, but I've used it for a while. It's worth it for me. But yeah, this is the generation that's pushed me over to PC for sure. I'm done with console, other than GTA. Because I'm gonna need to play GTA in it.
I'm so mad I'm gonna have to buy a PS5 Pro just for GTA. I'm so mad. I mean, once again, I can say it's fine because I'm content creator, I'm gonna make money from it, but holy shit, I have to buy the console and the disc drive because I'm gonna get rid of my regular PS5, obviously, right?
Yeah.
So I can recoup some of my money, but that means I have to buy a disc drive.
Oh yeah.
For the games that I actually have.
Yeah.
Like that bothers me the most. Not that the console is expensive, but they cheaped out on the disc drive. Because that would cost them so much less.
Oh yeah,
if they were just included.
The frustrating thing with the PS5 Pro, I mean, overall it's been a pretty frustrating experience, I would say, overall with the PS5 Pro. Really disappointing.
How was your like upscaling experiments with Drive Club? I saw you made a video.
Yeah, so Drive Club, it makes it a little bit too sharp, like over sharp. In motion it's fine, but that's mostly what you're gonna be doing. But when you come to a standstill or a menu, it's a little weird. And then the PSSR upscaling thing for other games, so like they take away your options in terms of the crew. Gran Turismo's actually pretty good. The other games, they take away your options and you only get the PSSR option, which means the base PS5 runs the Crew Motorfest at a higher resolution than you can play it on the Pro. Granted, it's 30 FPS versus 60, but if I want to do like, I don't know, a photo shoot of a cool car I've got, I want to change to the 4K, but you can't do that anymore. They removed the options.
At least GT7 is smart enough to switch modes depending on what you're doing.
So Gran Turismo is a weird one because it's got an option for PSSR on or off.
Hey Theo, I was playing GT7 in the Hyundai Ioniq 5 and has a big wang and I enjoying it. It is a tricky car to learn.
I appreciate that, thank you. Yeah, Gran Turismo gave you all the options. It's a little bit confusing. They've tried to do the console simplification, but it still doesn't make sense. But PSSR off is the best option because that plays native 4K with ray tracing. PSSR on, you can go to like a solid 120 FPS with it. For most people, you wouldn't notice that because most people don't have the ability to go to that. But You
I
get
have
some
a friend-
jaggies. You get a lot of jaggies. You can tell it's a lower res image. It's not as good as modern FSR or DLSS. It's just not. It's just not good, and it's disappointing. I kind of wish they would just put FSR 3.1 on it or whatever, because I think that would genuinely be better.
Yeah. And I know so many people that could not tell looking at a screen if it's 30 or 60 FPS unless you put it side by side.
Yeah. So I definitely like. I mean, I played console for the most part growing up, and PS3, PS4. I was just console for the most part. However, there's no question.
Yeah.
These days, everyone can see the difference between 60. Now, as you start to go more and more and more up from there, that's when I'll start to be like, okay, and now I'm going to argue with you again. 120, I can feel the difference.
Speaking of the crew, I had a dream where the crew one came back. I woke up and was sad because I knew it wasn't
240
real.
is not that big of a jump anymore.
Yeah. So, 120 for like productivity and stuff, because most games I'm not going to be able to run at that unless I'm, at home. But like on my MacBook, for example, I've got a 120 hertz screen. I love it for the productivity. It is never going to run a game at 120 hertz. But I feel like I need it. Same with my phone. My phone does 120 hertz. I can't stand 60 hertz on a phone. I don't play games on a phone. I don't give a damn.
It's just nice to look at, right?
But it just feels more responsive, and that's the main thing. But yeah, beyond that, I'm like, I don't know. I'm not sure. It's the law of diminishing returns, right?
Oh, for sure.
Thank you, Scully. Speaking of the crew one, I had a dream where the crew one came back. I woke up and I was sad because I knew it wasn't real. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Should play Motorstorm. Oh, that would be pretty cool.
It emulates really well nowadays. Like if you need a quick intro how to emulate those games, I can help you out. It's really not that difficult anymore.
Yeah, no, I've been doing quite a bit of PS3 emulation, because that's
117.
That is absolutely Sony's.
It's so much fun to replay those games. Especially a lot of them, especially the Motorstorms, have 60 FPS patches. So not only you can run them at a high resolution, they're gonna look so much better.
Yeah, I didn't really play many of the Motorstorm games at the time, so it would be a good one to go. I played the first one because that was like a launch game, and then I played the last one, which was
Apocalypse.
Yeah.
Yeah, the second one is a lot better than the first one, and then it really comes down to preference. If you prefer, let's say the jungle-ly environment over end of the world environments.
Hamza, thinking about getting a Mac for the first time. Do you think the M2 is enough to suffice? Okay, hear me out.
We know, Cyril.
I bought a Mac Mini recently to do my like NAS management, my server management, and run Plex, because I bought a NAS without a new NAS without its own like computer, and so it does everything. And again, on low power mode, it draws less than 5 watts, which is crazy.
That's nice.
The M4 base Mac Mini, so you can get the same in like the laptops and whatnot. The base. So this was like £600, I think $600 computer. It encodes just as well as my $3,500 M2 Max at the minute. The new M4 stuff, oh my god, it's insane. And they added more RAM because of AI stuff, but you don't need to use the AI stuff. But it's there.
Everything has to have AI right now.
Yeah, so it's really, honestly, but yeah, even if you're looking at used stuff, I would still be on the M1 Max. However, the only reason I upgraded is because I wanted to go from the 16-inch to the 14-inch, because I realized, I was a little bit nervous about the M1 stuff, but then I realized it never gets warm, so I can probably go for a 14-inch. And it's still, it gets warm under like heavy loads, but I've not heard the fans once since owning it. So the Mac stuff is really good. I can highly recommend. Especially used, you get a really good deal.
Yeah, the guy that wanted to buy a 5080 earlier, like, you're probably gonna be much better off buying a used 4080. You get the same performance at a much lower price.
The only caveat in that would be the new frame gen, but again, I can't give you first, like, the problem with frame gen currently is it is crap. The use case for frame gen realistically should be, I need more frames, I'm not getting 60, let me turn that on. However, if you don't get 60 frames and turn on frame gen, it looks worse.
Yeah.
It's not worth using frame gen unless you get 60.
Not necessarily better.
So it's not great unless you can already get 60, which is besides the whole point, surely.
Yeah. I mean, if you already have 60, go up to 120, it definitely works. I did it
Yeah.
for TDU, for example, and it was pretty okay. But I do think they didn't implement it perfectly because it did have like the awkward frame here and there.
Yeah.
Huge
You can
artifact.
definitely notice some
It's like,
issues.
okay, what the hell was going on here? I don't know. Do you know the missing node Pokemon?
Yes.
Have you ever seen
Yes.
them? Yeah, like that's what it looked like.
Yeah.
In one of the frames, I was like, what is this?
So I really want to see it firsthand, the new frame gen, because if it can help you, at least, you know, for my sake, say I lock my game to 120, so I get 60 in the capture card equal. Can I stay stably at 120? If it lets me do that and it looks pretty smooth on the capture card, then I would probably make use of it. But again, I don't know what it's like currently. I don't bother with it because it's a load of rubbish.
I don't think you're gonna have too many games that are gonna be limited to 30 though.
No.
But it might be interesting to upscale old games. I remember I used software upscaling, not upscaling, frame generation, like many years ago when Drive Club was a thing. Because I was curious, what is the game gonna look like at 60, and I was actually quite happy with the results. It looked super fluid. The only thing back then didn't have the best hardware, and I think the video was 720p, but still looked pretty nice. And I was like, oh, this is a good idea what Drive Club would be like in 60, and I was quite happy with it.
What do you think about AMD GPUs? So again, I think they've got something really cool coming out. The problem is they kind of just miss the mark overall, usually. Is there a new lobby yet? New race. The problem I have with console gaming overall is that I'm not gonna keep hold of my games. It's weird because you get this false sense of I get to keep my games because you have discs, but I feel like I've lost maybe one game on Steam ever, whereas my PS3 catalog of games is completely useless unless I want to play it on the PS3, but I don't. And something like that's gonna probably happen again at some point on consoles. You just gotta hope.
Yeah, when it comes to anything old school up to Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3, like I emulate everything.
Yeah.
I do have the physical games somewhere in a box, but not actually popping them in anymore.
Yeah, no. So PC is definitely the way to go. Just do an expensive build as
I was thinking
Kuru
of
said,
making
and
Pepe soldiers in Japan
get it
too.
done.
Yeah, but probably not a 5090.
Yeah, just not a 5090. Don't go that crazy.
If you can get a 5080, a 4080 is a really good choice. Can be a super, doesn't really have to be. It's whatever you can get your hands on.
Yeah. All you're really gonna miss out from like console games is like day one launches. You can survive that. It will come to console. To PC eventually. And you're gonna be able to make use of that game for a hell of a lot longer on PC. I mean, say we eventually start using 12K monitors, you can render the game at that. You know, maybe not. You can output it at that. Maybe you can't render it at that, but there's a lot more future-proofing there. And even if we do go ARM-based on most of our like PC hardware, the translation layers are already really good. So expect them to get even better. And you won't get that on console. They just won't do it. You'll get a bargain bin 6-core CPU. It'll struggle day one.
Very often I also see really good deals when you just buy someone's entire system.
Yeah.
And there's some people that have like crazy systems because they always buy like the most crazy system on the market. So they will like, give away their 7800X 3D and their 4090 combo, 4080 combo just to upgrade to the next generation of CPU and GPU. Just change the entire thing because they, well, have the money for it first of all, but maybe they just want a completely different look for the build, you know, go with a new case and everything, so they just drop the entire gaming PC on the market. Or like people that thought they were gonna game again now that they have money, and then they were like, not for me anymore.
Yeah. Yep.
Or you don't have the time that they thought they would have, and you actually see some really good systems on the used marketplace. And most of the time you can honestly tell by the pictures if it was well maintained or not. So not too much risk involved really. You might want to check the thermal paste, but other than that, you're usually good to go.
Yeah, normally I'm a sucker for getting the newest and best, but I'm still on 5800X, and I just don't see myself. Because the problem is, people don't really.
Does this carbon mod have the LaFerrari?
They don't really tend to compare my generation anymore. They compare the X3D. So what I have to do is kind of awkward. I have to like look at the 9800X 3D is like this compared to the 5800X 3D. And then I look at a video that's 5800X 3D versus 5800X to like get an idea. And ultimately it's always like they show the 1080p benchmarks and I'm like, that's great. I'm not playing 1080p. And I get it. They're showing that's showing the GPU comparison, but you really have to, it really bothers me. You really just need to tell me, just do it. Just do the 4K benchmark as well, please. I beg. Because I have to do so much more looking into it to find out that inevitably I will get about 10 more frames. It's just not worth it. Is LaFerrari in here? I don't think so. I don't believe so. You can't save. Yeah, there's if you go on the Discord and you search, if you just like Control F, if you search for, there's a guide on it. What's it called? If you just search, it's like alias failed or something like that, isn't it? It's like alias failed to save. If you search that, there's a guide on there. Basically, there's where it saves, it's on your profile, so your name, Theo, for example, like mine. And in there's a My Save Games. You need to change that folder and every subfolder from being read-only on the properties, because that's I had that same issue.
Is the queue broken, or do you guys just not donate? Oh, sorry, man.
It's fine.
Someone donated and it didn't come through, so I'm kind of weirded out. But yeah, I did unmute myself a bit too early.
That's fine. I know why they show 1080p performance. I get it, but it's still annoying. Like even if it's marginal enough, then obviously I won't bother. But eventually those marginals add up. Because again, I'm on a 5800X, which is quite outdated. It's on the previous generation like motherboard.
I thought you were gonna say I'm on a 5K gaming PC.
No.
You plebs, what do you know?
So that's previous Ryzen generation. Well, platform, should I say? Previous platform. But it's just not worth. I appreciate you, Daniel. Thank you so much. 5 months.
One thing that I like so much about this mod is that these objects are finally irrelevant. Because in comparison to Most Wanted, Carbon is a lot more tight. And it's very hard to move around without getting super slowed down, hitting a tree, a phone booth, a garbage bin.
You're just giving me flashbacks now to...
a bus station.
Oh, yeah. And the
Like
sounds are so
everything.
loud when you, like,
Yeah,
on the first
true.
impact.
Yeah.
No, you're giving me flashbacks to test drive now. If you hit a bush, you slow down about 100 miles an hour.
Oh, those, yeah. Gotta love racing games that have cement bushes. That are reinforced with iron rods. Horizon 1 is another one of those. I mean, that game has fences everywhere, but it still manages to have some bushes somewhere that it can get stuck on.
Reinstalled Horizon 5 on PC while I wait for the PS5 version. Hope FH5 lets me vote for the Ferrari Enzo. That's going to be an experience. I do wonder if they'll make Horizon look better on the PS5 Pro than the Xbox Series X, or if they just won't. The game looks great on anything, to be honest. It's a really well, like, it runs very well.
I mean, this is exactly the kind of optimization that I want from racing games.
Yeah.
Because people are like, hey, Tokyo Extreme Racer runs really well, and I'm like,
Yeah, no, I
don't
heard
even
a lot of
get
that.
I don't even get 100 FPS, and
Yeah.
it is not graphically as intense as Forza Horizon,
I
where I can
think-
get 200.
I think the main issue might actually be that obviously we're on quite high-end hardware, and maybe the optimization focus is on low end. So for them, they get a pretty stable game, but for us, we're just at the top. It's just not. They just don't bother because
We're not really representative. So
Yeah.
I do understand. It
it is difficult because on full for me, I'm like 70. It runs fine. Don't get me wrong, but when people were like, "Oh my god, it's so amazingly optimized. I want every game to be like this," I'm like, oh, "It's fine.
Yeah.
it's
It's fine.
okay."
Like it's not horrible, right? It's not TDU.
Yeah, no, exactly. Exactly. I don't see below 60, so that's nice.
Yeah. Even with all the ray tracing stuff turned on, I think I get above 70, so that's fine.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So props for doing well, and to be fair, it is early access. There might still be some time for further
Yeah.
optimization. And looking at those guys, I could actually imagine that there's gonna be some optimization.
I just love overall that game is such a it's an alternate timeline game. That game just by today's world, it's just it feels like a PS2 game in all the right ways.
Yeah.
It
know
feels
what
like we just haven't gone to this microtransaction hell.
Live service
Yeah,
fiascos.
that's the thing I love the most.
What I was personally surprised about is that the handling is so much better than all of the previous games.
Oh, yeah.
Because they were so much more drifty and floaty, the cars, and that actually felt like I have a real car suspension at work here.
Yep. I went back to the old ones only quite recently. I never played them originally, and so that was really weird. Like, people are saying these games are so amazing, and I'm like, the handling really sucks.
Yeah. I got my hands on TXR 0, 2 Drift, 3, and wait, one more. 0, 2, 3. Oh yeah, Import Tuner Challenge.
Yeah.
The one that they did for the 360. And
Some
all of
Sumahi
them
got the key
have
Sumahi.
subpar handling and do not measure up to the new one. So,
Yep.
as I said earlier, you get the handling right, sign me up. You got a fan.
I appreciate you, bruh. That's actually his name.
One thing I missed though, they only have SP battles. In the older games, they also had sprint races, which was a nice mix up in a somewhat linear and repetitive game. But they also had this other game mode. And while I appreciate racing multiple races at the same time, it's kind of pointless. If you beat one, you beat all of them anyways. Yeah, exactly. If you would, I don't know, somehow work together where you actually had to break through from the back through all three of them, that would make more sense. But if all of them spawn behind me,
I'm gonna be
I'm already ahead. You're racing the fastest one anyways, right? They're just bystanders that refresh this P bar.
You just block them if you can't beat them.
Yeah. Especially when I accidentally crashed out and I lost the battle and then I had to start from the back, it was so much harder.
Yeah.
Top 4 is definitely my preferred finishing position today. But then the actual value comes in. I got 6, so there were 2 more people that were as fast as I was, but so close that it can't perfectly handle the timing on them. So it looks like I'm in 4th, and then when I finish, it's a 6th. I might be being old now, but I think 30 FPS plus only matters for esports games, sim racing. I'm so triggered.
I used to be one. I mean, I was on PS3 for God's sake, so I used to be like, 27 frames is fine.
Yeah, if you're lucky.
Yeah, but I would say 60 is kind of the minimum.
Yeah,
I would say I personally don't need more than 60. I think it depends, obviously, on fighting games and stuff. People will shout at me, but for pretty much every other game that I play, 60 is kind of like where I want to be. I don't really care much beyond that. But again, I felt like that PS3 era. I felt the same, about 30 frames a second, and that changed. Like, I'll refuse to play a PS3 emulator game unless I can unlock the FPS, which, to be fair, most of them are unlocked, which is nice. I feel like a lot of I think that was PS4 era onwards, they seem to be locking games, but PS3 era, they just ran at about 40 frames on some occasions, and they were like, that's fine, we don't need to lock it. So that's kind of handy these days when we can go higher.
Yeah, because the game's actually designed to run it higher.
Yeah. Are you winning, son? Sometimes I'm in the top 15.
I told you the Carbon guys are really, really fast. They know what they're doing.
I can't say it. Yep. Once again, I had that issue. If you search in the group read only, that'll explain in the Discord. That'll explain what you need to do. I'm trying to like simplify my answer every time. Oh, what? I got a wrong way? Interesting.
Oh, yeah, so when there's too many people, you will spawn behind the respawn point. So it's the same thing in Most Wanted as well. If you go backwards on a race start, it will restart the race.
Ah, yes, I'm kind of stuck.
So what did it... Yeah, so you're stuck now, yeah. That can happen. Some events are not meant to have.
What, can I just drive around the free roam? Yeah, I can. It's got a free roam adventure. I don't know if this is possible, but it would be pretty cool to have like cop chases online on something like this.
True.
So I'm sure that would be a crazy bit of work, but that would be pretty insane.
It does sound like a crazy bit of work. I think the easiest part is to get some people into cop cars, right? That's not too difficult
that's
to swap out
much
the cars,
easier.
but then getting the mechanics to work.
Wait, did I just skip?
Passes in first.
I just skipped the whole race.
You didn't get the finish though, right?
No, not yet.
Yeah, because the game has checkpoints, so it will show you ahead of us.
Okay, fine.
You can't trigger the finish line.
Oh, boo. That would have been pretty funny. It reminds me of Need for Speed The Run when you join right at the end and you win.
Oh yeah.
That was hilarious. Heck yeah, I'm gonna win, guys. I'm gonna do it. Across the line. Pure winning.
Well, you did cross the finish line first.
I did.
I'm pretty sure that's the definition.
It is. Doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile, or if you completely skip half the course.
Or you went backwards in circles. There's definitely some races where M3 does really well. I'm not sure which car is better for like high-speed races, the Carrera or what's the other one? The Enzo.
Do I need to finish the race?
Oh, true. I think I should quit. Otherwise, it's gonna take forever. I don't think it kicks you out. Oh, the CCX could be the best one for highway-style races. Makes sense. The thing is, you know, when someone creates a race, honestly, I have no idea what's coming. Does it tell you? Oh yeah, Nürnberg #1. I mean, once you know which race is hiding between the name, then I guess you could pick the perfect car. But I'm far away from that. To know which track goes with the name. Oh yeah, main menu. Let me grab some water.
That's a good idea. What'd you miss? Me winning lots and lots of races. That's what you missed. $155 hertz running at 100 FPS plus is very nice. Yeah, as I say, I personally think that like the benefit after 60 is not the fluidity as much as it is the input feels more responsive. Is the main thing I would say.
And I'm back.
Welcome back. The Corvette sounds beefy. It sounds incredibly beefy.
Hey.
Apparently, a high resolution monitor allows you to get headshots more accurately. I'm stuck on loading. Maybe I broke it. Oh no, I'm fine.
I feel like that's more like theoretically true. Sure,
Yeah.
the head will make up more pixels, but pretending you will actually hit a head more often because, you know, it has more pixels. Kinda doubt it.
Yeah.
Like frame rate is a big thing, right? Like esports gamers, they will play at 480 hertz on those monitors that are only running in 1080p. So it's quite the opposite, right? They care more about the frame rate because that gives them a lot more information than the pixel count. Thanks, Daniel. Welcome, welcome. Remember this area?
Oh yeah.
The nice thing is you do get to see a lot more outside of the tutorial here.
That's true. There's the pursuit modes one. No.
I mean, the mod is fully playable in single player if you
Yeah.
wanna re-experience the game with all the new cars and changes and new game modes and events. It's actually quite fun. And probably not a bad idea if you wanna get back into the swing of things before you get to start online. having a basic understanding does definitely help. I mean, that's usually how I approached games that had both single and multiplayer. Like, learn the basics and, you know, maybe even get better than the average player. And then when you go online, you're gonna basically have a head start in regards of skill.
Why can't you have sex after playing Assassin's Creed? Because Ubisoft. Jeez. No, I'd argue Assassin's Creed 2 makes me pretty hard.
I was about to say, any modern Ubisoft game has that effect on you. Nothing's hard after those games.
Welcome, welcome. Watch my pure domination.
Off the rear.
Would NFSC/UC remake be a good idea?
Nobody does the back marker better than me.
Needs to be Carbon or Undercover remake be a good idea? I mean, money-wise, yes, it's a brilliant idea. But I
I
think
do think Undercover has too much of a stigma to it.
yeah, true. The best
Like,
the best
wouldn't
thing would
even
be
redo Pro Street. I wouldn't even do that.
the best thing might honestly just be doing Underground Most Wanted Carbon
Yeah.
as the triple pack. But I don't think they'll ever do it. Unless AI could do it for them. Then they would do it.
I don't think AI will pay the licenses though.
No.
1 to 5.
adding cars to carbon. This is just a full like package mod that I'm using, but I think it's pretty straightforward to add cars to these older games. Oh, I guess adding depends if you mean adding or replacing. I don't know what the situation is.
Yeah, in the
on
beginning,
that.
in the beginning it was replacing. Nowadays they have no issues with adding stuff.
Cool.
But I remember in the beginning they just replaced the cars, which was kind of fun for speedruns because then the bosses also had other cars.
Yeah.
You replaced the Golf with a Veyron, well then Sonny was running a Veyron. What do you call a teacher that does not fart in public? A private tutor. Let's see which chats can come up with the better dad jokes.
Yeah.
Guys, you have been officially challenged.
Come on, lads. And 1% lady viewers.
I think my metrics up to 2%.
Damn. No, I think mine. To be fair, I think mine's like 1.5. It did peak like maybe 2019. I got up to like 3%.
Oh.
However,
I think I also have 2% user defined.
Hmm.
And 96% dudes.
Right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I shall be back, and I expect good jokes.
That one's pretty good for us. I like it. It's probably better you guys include the punchline, because if you write your message over 2 lines, I might miss it. Is this a scam if you download Need for Speed from a link? We should be fine, dude. Obviously, depends where you downloaded it from. But if you go into my chat and you type an exclamation mark download, there's a pretty good source for classic Need for Speeds. Oh, I'm not sure this is good. I have to slow down quite a bit to take this. What do you take someone who's been injured in a peekaboo accident? The ICU. I saw another one that I liked. Remember nostalgia? It's not what it used to be.
Alright, what do we got? Oh, I got the IC one as well. Damn.
Same guy.
Are you in the... damn it! That's not how it works. It's one versus the other. Come on. What do you call a well-balanced horse? Stable. That's pretty good. It's pretty good.
What do you call a cow with no legs? Ground beef.
What do you call a girl with one leg? Eileen. Oh, Eileen. Eileen? Okay.
Eileen, yeah.
Yep. What do you call an angry carrot? A steamed veggie. Okay.
I don't get it.
I don't get it. How do you get ground beef? Put it on the floor.
Yikes. You're officially disqualified
right,
from jokes for the rest of the year.
Yeah, I definitely need to add some new tunes to my streaming music. I think I've got maybe 50, and those 50 get old very quickly.
You know what I'd love to do? I mean, you worry about copyright, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can't do what I do. I just
No.
go to Spotify and just go to, like, I pick a song that I like from my playlist and go to the song radio.
Ah,
Then
yeah,
it just
yeah.
plays similar songs
Cool.
to that song.
Epidemic Sound's royalty-free stuff is pretty good, to be fair.
Yeah. I mean,
they use it in the
does have
crew.
a certain style to it. If you like it, you like it, right?
Yeah.
I love Monster Cat for that reason.
Yeah. Yeah, that's his style.
Yeah, I mean, why I like to support them is fairly simple. Like, they just ask for $7 a month, you know?
Yep.
It's awesome. And especially when the music industry pretends that streaming music takes away from their revenue, right?
Yeah, right?
Like they would actually get more listens and more money from
Yep.
people that... I mean, sure, maybe. If I had no music whatsoever, then people might actually turn on their own music.
Right.
Right? But if I turn on copyright-free music, they're still not going to turn on their own
Yeah, true.
Spotify and listen to the music and make money that way, especially all of those fractions of a cent. Like, yeah. It is what it is, and it is annoying. I mean, for the YouTube videos, I kind of understand it because there's some decent money to be made in YouTube ad revenue. Twitch, on the other hand, has a terrible ad delivery system, and I don't even make $100 a month
Really?
on Twitch ad revenue. It is a joke.
That's crazy.
Like, honestly, like, I would love to just turn it off because this is not worth it, right? We're people that are not sub to just bothered to all hell with the forest ads, and it really does not make a difference. Like, you take away $100 from my account every month for the rest of my life, I will probably not notice it.
Yeah.
Like, usually I'm a little bit more responsible with my finances, that, you know, $100 a month will not kill me, right?
Right, exactly.
And on the other hand, I actually very much believe that people
that,
that
60
would
euro?
stick around, yeah, exactly. Like, if people would stick around for longer, that they would subscribe and actually make a lot more money for Twitch eventually. In my opinion, that's also the reason why they're losing so many users since they changed their ad delivery system to be more annoying.
It is really annoying. There's a music service, few music services you can pay for that you can pay for, like, licensed music, but obviously usually it's a one-off use type situation, and annoyingly it's really backwards. They don't, like, whitelist your channel. You get claimed, and then they'll be like, we'll release it. So that's great. That's handy. Yeah, I know. Yeah, there's nothing I can do about this.
One feature I would love to do is to have a separate audio channel just for the music. You know, Twitch can kind of do it, right? Where it can be muted in the VOD, but it cannot be on a separate stream for the stream. You know what I mean? Like, I would love to have an extra channel for the audio, so people that don't want my music can just turn it off. And I would also have a really easy way to post it on YouTube, where it doesn't even reach YouTube. And, you know, YouTube is just going to be gameplay. And on Twitch, you actually get the choice. Hey, do I want to listen to this music, or do I want to listen to my own music? Or do I just want to listen to commentary without anything else? Because I definitely know people that are like, your music taste is not necessarily mine. And that's why it's hard to watch you for a long time. For me, though, I cannot not listen to music. That just, my mind can't do it. I just get too bored. Even if it's a great game, absolutely no soundtrack is just not possible for me.
The history of the M3 video will come out soon. It'll come soon. My aim is to try and get it out this month. That's the only aim I've given myself, because it's taking a while. But in, like, quite a bit of extra effort in. Oh no, I fell through the map!
You spawned far behind, man. Hey, what awards do you give a dentist? Plague.
That's pretty good.
I butchered it a little bit. I think I missed some words there, but I think the gist was there.
I think I found the top speed of Carbon.
Does it show more than 999?
671.
Interesting.
What do you call a cow who is benighted? Sirloin, I turn my computer on when I get home. You like that, baby? I'm selling my guitar for $50. No string. What the hell is this?
No strings attached.
What?
I feel like the last part would have worked, you know. I'm selling my guitar, no strings attached, right? Like that alone, that works, right? Whatever the rest was.
Was that two jokes at once, maybe? Do I still have the Skyline? Hell yeah, I do. That's my
That thing is
retirement right there.
gaining value, yeah. It's gonna be a mill at some point. How does insurance work in the UK? Do you pay more for more horsepower or not?
Not exactly. It kind of varies. It's a bit all over the place. Some cars, newer ones, are cheaper. Some cars, older cars, are cheaper. It doesn't really line up.
And probably statistics help when
Yeah.
you crash or break down.
But the Skyline is the cheapest car that I insure, but it's worth the most. So I think it's because it's likely like seen as a classic, and classics are seen as you're not going to drive them regularly. Therefore, it should be cheaper to insure because you're less likely
makes
to
sense.
bin it. Which is actually true, because like I don't want to write it off. There's my
Yeah.
retirement right there. If the S&P falls through,
Does it show miles or kilometers
the game.
on the odometer?
Oh, on the Skyline. It shows miles, but it's mixed, like because it was kilometers and then converted.
All right. You would have to replace the dashboard for that, though, don't you?
Yeah, if I replace it, it goes back to 0. So
Yeah, man. That sounds good for long-time value.
Yeah.
It only has 50 miles. It was always in the garage. Did you hear about the guy that got arrested for stealing a calendar? He got 12 months. It took a while.
would I ever sell it? You know the gambling site BOTB? They're one of those like car raffle websites. They offered to buy it and then pay me to promote it, and they said name your price, and I said I'm not selling it. But I would consider it under like perfect circumstances. Everyone has, you know,
Everyone has a price for
Yeah.
something, right?
but I'm not in the position that I need to get rid of it, so I'm not doing that right now.
Especially you do have further upside down the line.
Yeah. Yeah, car insurance is all over the place. My first car, Lexus IS 200, that was 2,100 with a black box that tracks you a year. But then on my Skyline, from memory, because I do a multi-car, Skyline costs maybe £30 a month.
That's nice.
And then the Porsche, which is the other car on the multi-car, I've got Meadow on that as well. That costs, I think it's like 2,300 for both of us a year. And then it was Mini with both of us on it. That cost us about 150 quid a year.
That's quite alright.
So it varies. Oh, here's some fun adulting stuff. On life insurance, if you drive a motorbike, they need to know what CC.
Well, once again, statistics, right? If you're running around in a half-liter machine, that's gonna be more expensive.
Yeah.
For me, it was basically, you know, anything below 500,000 life insurance. I don't need to do any visit at the doctor to check my health markers.
Yeah.
And anything above that, I need to do like some basic cardio.
Yeah.
Checking my heart rate. But the thing is, I don't even want to be insured for more than 500k because then I pay more.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you for 3 months. Yeah, no, I did a million, I think.
Does that cover all the open loans?
More than.
Nice.
Much more than.
That's the plan, right?
But yeah, hopefully I never have to use it. But I guess I did it quite young, so it's cheaper in that way, I think.
Yeah, I think they're kind of tricking people with like, if you insure yourself early, it's gonna be cheaper. Usually not, because they do adjust like the yearly increases inflation, you know, adjusting for inflation, and then usually just getting a new policy is still gonna be cheaper.
I've heard though life insurance is a little bit different. The standard life insurance is different in America in that you can actually get some of that money back. Whereas here it's just like, yep, no, it's done. Policy over. You didn't get any money.
You know what I'm interested in? So there's a form of life insurance where you basically get the money from the insurance company. If you die, obviously, it pays itself off. And if you don't die, you just pay it back like a bank loan. But it usually comes with very good conditions, you know, similar to the ones that you would get on a house, right? They're usually lower than, let's say, any kind of consumer credits that you use for other stuff. So kind of looking into that, you know, getting life insurance and just putting it all in the stock market.
Yeah.
To a point where it can, you know, still comfortably pay it off. If I pass away, it pays itself off and, you know, doesn't leave any debt. So that's something I'm interested in.
Quantum, unfortunately, that would be insurance fraud. But I'm sure it crosses the mind of many people.
Depends how desperate you are. Also, pretty bad idea to talk about any kind of insurance fraud in the chat window. And stuff like that usually get distracted if actually something happens.
Oh yeah, they're gonna be on it.
I mean, they will look for everything and anything you posted anywhere at any point, just to see if you did something that disqualifies you from payment. Which, to be fair, is, you know, alright if you ask me, right? If you're posting on social media how you're gonna skip out on work or insure yourself so you don't have to work and then cash in insurance, then yeah. You kind of deserve what's coming for you.
Did I get critical illness? I don't remember, to be honest. I probably got some.
I love my accident insurance, where it's like, oh, if I lose an eye, I get 200k. If I lose my tongue, you get 50k.
Oh, really?
That kind of stuff, where they just pick your body parts and put a price on it.
It kind of also depends where we are. I mean, for the most part, the critical... So, because of how I, like, operate, I don't need to be working to have some money to live on. Like, I'm not running paycheck to paycheck, essentially. I can pay myself for a while. So therefore I didn't do anything major with any like, oh, I'm ill temporarily. They pay me out type of thing, because it would just cost money for no reason. But yeah, in the UK we don't pay for healthcare, so in the States, otherwise I would probably do it. Even if I had the money.
Always see insurance as something that you can't or you wouldn't want to pay yourself.
Yeah.
Everything else usually is just wasting money.
Yeah.
Like, sure, you can get dental insurance and then, you know, try to get your money's worth. Most of the time you won't, because they want to make money off you,
Oh, yeah.
not the other way around. And let's say you do have dental insurance, like for a newborn, then, yeah, well, it pays off because you had insurance since it was a newborn.
Yeah.
Right, so at the end of the day, it must make sense for an insurance company, and only from time to time, you know, you are one of the outliers, and that's easily being paid for by all the insurance participants. Trying to scam an insurance, not the best idea.
No, no, definitely not. What's happening?
You probably have better chances on just putting it all on black at the casino.
I could correct you a little bit on this subject. Ooh.
Go ahead.
I work in group benefits, critical insurance. Nice.
For example, like Lisa is saving some insurance money because she's pregnant and she can get all the prenatal, what's it called, examines, basically for free. But I also have to take the same insurance policy and kind of pays for it, right? So if anything is with me in the next year, then it's gonna be probably break even or so. But it's just, you know, good to know that she can get all the care for the next year, for the entirety of the pregnancy, because usually they won't give you that if you're already pregnant, right? But because I signed up as well for the same plan, they did allow it after the pregnancy was already known, right?
Gotcha.
So that's like the deal there.
You said you handled 100k in cancer meds. That's crazy.
Sounds like America.
Yeah, it does. That's my first thought. Is that that doesn't sound very European.
Nope.
Yeah. Wow. I've heard many horror stories of America's health system. I really hope that in my lifetime sometime America will get some form of healthcare. And the funny thing is, like, the craziest, alright, stop it. Bernie Sanders is the politician that suggested a system, and he's supposed to be considered some crazy left-wing, like too far left guy. His suggestion for national healthcare was not to make healthcare public, but instead do a public health insurance, and that was seen as crazy left wing. Which is, it's so funny. It's like
they love their,
it's so
they love
tame.
their capitalism, right? Like anything that would increase their taxes.
It's so tame by comparison. It's kind of funny. It would keep all private businesses intact.
I think Americans are generally, the problem with the two-party system, it is either left or right?
Yeah,
you can't have any middle ground.
Yeah.
Right,
Honestly,
at least here in Austria, we have, you know, parties all across the spectrum. Right, you can go far left,
yes.
you can go far right, you can go down the middle. And for the most part, Austria is not that stupid, but right now they are pretty stupid. Same with Germany. Like they're leaning just like America to the right again.
That's
too many
America
issues.
does lead an example for the rest of the world. We do tend to follow, in usually a bit delayed. it's frustrating because yeah, even we've got like the kind of wacko right-wing party making games, but obviously I have it's twofold, right? I'm not exactly perfectly left because I think that's too much for me. I mean I make money from YouTube and I want to pay less tax. I've got to have some balance. I'm willing to pay a bit more because we've currently got a mid-left government, but the mid-right government that was in for the longest time, for the last 14 years, essentially, I've paid more and more tax through the right-wing party over time, which makes no sense. That's not the whole. That's the point.
True. That doesn't make sense.
That's the point.
The rich people voting right.
Yeah, of the right-wing party. However, the mid-left party did raise them as soon as they got in, but that was because of the black hole that the previous right-wing party left. They didn't cover costs in certain aspects. So hopefully, anyway, after inflation and all that, we'll be a bit more normal. But I did find out something interesting. I always assumed Americans paid more tax. They don't. Sorry, no. I assume the other way. I assume that we paid more tax than the Americans because there's less of us as such. But no, Americans actually pay more tax than the Brits do, and they have no healthcare.
Percentage-wise, right?
No healthcare, and you're paying more. The complicated bit comes in when Americans can fully expense things that I can't. I can't like buy a house in my company. I can't realistically buy cars in a company and all these things. In the same way in America, you can if there's any sliver of a business use, you can expense it. I can't do that. It's a bit shite.
yeah, we talked about that. Like, I can do that in Austria and you can't, which is especially huge when you buy any kind of real estate.
So if I buy a car in my company and use it personally, okay, I pay it's benefit in kind, it's called, and that is 20% of the value new every year until I sell the car. So it's just not worth it, honestly.
Yeah.
You can within reason. Okay, yeah, there's... Right, so Matt Armstrong is definitely breaking the law. Is what I'll say. Not the law, I guess, but...
I'm not sure I joined the race. Let me try again. Nope, I'm good.
Yeah, there's definitely advantages and disadvantages, but... Absolutely, America needs some swing the other way, because even the Democrats or either side that you've currently got they're not actually side. They're both just different levels of right wing. You just don't realize it. Compared to everywhere else, that is.
One thing that I noticed that the Republicans are really good at doing is like pretending that everything bad that happened in the last 4 years was all the Democrats, and they're fixing everything in a matter of weeks.
That's the thing. It's the same here. We're really mirroring their politics, but the Conservative Party that was in for 14 years, okay, they're doing the same to the Labour Party that's been in for 6 months, and they're blaming them for these new things that are for the current state of people's like lives and stuff, inflation and so on. But you've been in for 14 years. You're the ones that like left it in the state to the point where people voted them out. Like, you can't blame the other party. You just got in. It makes no sense. It's all games. It's all games. They don't give a damn. But you should vote. Whether you scribble on the ballot or not, it is worth doing.
You get the feeling of mattering for a second.
Yeah.
You know what's funny about the right-wing party, which actually got the most votes? They are so far off reality that none of the other parties want to work with them. So we haven't had a
we got the same.
government for like 4 months.
Oh wait, so okay, I see. Yeah, we've not got that far yet. Next election, it'll definitely be that way.
Like we basically have not like in the government, nothing can be changed. It's just a stalemate of doing nothing.
I was reading into these again. I've been learning a little bit more about American politics. Trump, in terms of their seats, I think Trump's only ahead by like maybe 2 seats, so they're about half and half.
Yeah.
And so the reason he's doing all the executive orders and trying to push these new changes and laws through is because he knows they're going to get blocked. He could challenge some of them, but he generally doesn't have the right, the ability to actually make these changes unless Congress votes for the thing.
Yeah.
But he's doing it and basically seeing what sticks. he's kind of trying to be a king almost, I would say.
Yeah.
So it's a matter of will it work. Most of the stuff's been blocked so far, but you know there are some things he can do. He can declare war, which is pretty terrifying.
Indeed.
No, so one thing I will say, obviously one of the things that Trump won on is because inflation is so terrible in America and so on. Your inflation in America is, well, it was probably the highest. It was pretty crazy. But those private companies are fucking you. The cost of eggs and stuff is genuinely crazy. Like, you hear Americans like joking about it, talking about it. No, they're not lying. It's like over $10 for a bunch of eggs.
Yeah.
Which is like that is not inflation, I promise you. Not for the most part. They saw a window to increase the costs because people could, surprise, surprise, people need to buy food.
Yeah.
And they thought,
Basic
let's just push down a little bit more. It is private companies, just the American dream. Because yeah, inflation was pretty much pretty level across the board. Everyone had an increase in inflation around the world. Maybe it was a bit slower. Nah, it's not shortages. No way. They've just seen an advantage.
One thing I'm not sure if America
an opportunity.
has is like certain brands for discounted products. For example, here in Austria, we have certain product lines that are basically the same food that everyone can buy.
Yeah,
it's always going to be on a discount, and they have like their own brands for it, right? There's like Clever and S Budget, that kind of stuff, and it's basically the same food for half and sometimes a quarter.
Yeah, we have a lot of that.
And I wonder if the Americans have anything like this. Maybe someone in the chat can tell us.
I'm not sure.
Because, you know, I wouldn't even say I'm cheap, but I'm financially responsible. I do buy that stuff all the time because I refuse to pay double, triple, quadruple the price for the same product.
Yeah, exactly. Skyline. Eggs, for example, here, you will not pay, there's no way, even like free range, you will not pay more than like £3.70 for 24 eggs or whatever it is.
I mean, eggs can get fairly expensive here. Like, we also buy them in a package of 10 instead of a dozen. But you could still easily pay $5 to $6 if you want to get like bio, free range, large sized. So it does get up to that level.
Oh yeah, they do have Aldi's and things like that now in America. Which are probably significantly cheaper than normal, but it's still probably not as crazy because they really have to compete here for like so we've got two of them, it's Aldi and Lidl. They're quite similar. They basically, you will find, let's say Heinz ketchup. You'll find Zein's ketchup, and it will genuinely be like 30 pence. Whereas the normal Heinz is like £3 for a big bottle. Yeah, those are really good places, and honestly, all the stuff is as good.
Yeah, honestly, like the only difference I could possibly make, okay, I know that one of the products is bio, and therefore, you know, probably actually has less contaminants, but most of the time, even the expensive stuff is not even bio anymore, so
Yeah.
it really makes not a difference.
Yeah.
If you're buying the expensive and the cheap product.
I noticed in the States as well on a lot of their food, instead of like free range, like we have free range, so that means, you know, the chickens genuinely have free range, there's a standard there. That's not hugely a thing over there. They call them organic, which just means they're fed real organic stuff and not like fake feed, which is, and that's the closest I found. Which is, it's so funny. You can't give those damn chickens some some space. America's huge.
You actually believe it when they say that they can basically put solar panels down on like half of the size of one of their smaller states, and it will be enough to
Oh
power
yeah, no
entire
question.
US.
No question.
For the data comparison, you put like, I think in Africa, a slightly larger solar panel farm powers the entire world. That's crazy.
Yeah.
And you know, it isn't just propaganda stuff, right? That it's just based on math, and you know,
Yeah.
you can actually believe in that kind of stuff. Right?
That's the one thing that
Sounds
confuses
sustainable to me.
is anti-sustainability in America. That's always confused me. Like I get it, you want to drive your big diesel trucks and so on and so on. Like I get it. I like petrol cars. I understand it. But like improving sustainability in general is not a bad thing overall. Like in the UK, we were supplied a lot of energy from Russia, and obviously that went well. And so now we're going, we should probably generate our own wind, solar energy, maybe less solar, wind energy. And surprise, surprise, it's pretty cheap.
Yeah.
So it helped. It's like, that's great for me. I pay less on energy than I probably ever have.
Yeah, the thing is, Austria has a lot of water power. And what surprised me is that the water power was actually cheaper than everything else.
Yeah.
So it was sustainable and cheaper. So why do we have the rest? I mean, I know why, because otherwise they can't cover the energy sources. But it being more cheaper, that is what surprised me.
Wind is not sustainable. Have you been to England? Have you been to England? That is my question. Aldi went out of business near you for lack of popularity? Huh.
All good, minigun?
Oh yeah, fuel is so much cheaper in the States, no question there.
Which makes sense if they if they get it in an unsustainable way.
Yeah, yeah. What brand is my refrigerator?
What brand is your refrigerator?
Thanks so much, Logan. What is it? Is it Siemens? No, I was speaking today a little bit to people about e-fuels. For the most part, e-fuels are carbon capture, turned back into usable liquid gas fuel, so it's, you know, petrol, diesel. And that's just kind of overall a really great idea, and some people were against that, and it's like, I really don't get it.
Yeah, it makes no sense whatsoever, especially fuel like this will exactly keep your car sounding the way it does.
Yeah. It'll run the same,
You're
not adding any more, you're just recycling the same crap we put in the air currently. Because that dinosaur juice will run out. That is another issue. Wasn't there a website a while ago where you could track how much there is left?
the way I think about it, like all the rich people with their huge car collections, they will want to keep driving their cars.
Yes.
So sure, maybe all the new cars are going to be electric. Doesn't mean that there's going to be a bunch of rich dudes that want to keep driving their cars. So there needs to be this kind of the moment when the oil fields start to become empty.
My biggest problem with electrification is not, I don't actually hate electric cars. I think for most people it's probably a good idea. The issue I have is it's just that promoting more wastefulness of cars. It would be so much better to just run your ragged piece of crap into the ground than to swap it out every year like some people do. Just like anything.
iPhone every year.
Yeah. It's just it's so we're so wasteful as creatures.
I mean, maybe it's a side effect of growing up broke, but man, I hate wasting food or anything really. Like I reused tables that were bent like a U shape for my first streaming setup because I didn't feel like I needed a new table yet.
Yeah.
My favorite discussion is like expired food. You know, just because the expiration date has been reached doesn't mean the food is bad.
Yeah, no.
Like people are like, wait, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, it's gone bad.
Can't use it.
Gotta throw it away. No one died from a little taste test.
Exactly. Maybe don't mess around with the chicken, but like everything else.
You had a dad Dr. Pepper taped to a mic stand for 3 years because he didn't want to spend it on a mic. Wait. Love it.
$110 and $120 to fill your car. My Porsche needs... I use 99, Shell 99, which is the most expensive that we can get anyway. And that cost me 155, 160 pounds to fill it. But I get... Okay, depends. If I drive normally, which doesn't happen very often, I can get 500 plus miles, which is pretty good. However, generally probably get about 400. Because foot down. Once again, one of the major issues with the electrification over here is, number one, councils blocking the installation of electric chargers, because that makes sense. Because of noise was one of the most recent ones I saw. Of the doors closing on cars. No, if you charge at home, it can cost like pennies to charge your car up fully. However, if you charge in public, it can cost just as much as refueling, because private companies turn up the taps.
It makes sense though. Like it's supposed to look or be, you know, just a little bit cheaper than fuel, so you have a reason to switch.
Yeah.
Everything else is just profiteering.
Yep.
I mean, to be fair, it's also kind of necessary to recoup the investment for the infrastructure.
But the problem is they're not gonna reduce that over time unless they get some competition.
That is true. That's definitely gonna stay there.
They probably made that investment back day one.
I might actually be able to charge my car for free, because we do have a charger in the garage, but it's not tied to my electricity meter, right?
Nice.
So if I would charge my car, basically everyone in the building would pay for it, and we share it at the end of every month.
Nice. Nice.
But the garage is included, and obviously the ambient lights for the entire building. So it kind of falls into that category.
One of the other things about them as well. So at home, it's you pay 5% VAT, and then in public you pay 20% VAT. That's the other major issue.
Yeah, true.
How many gallons? I don't know what it is in gallons. I think I'm gonna do one more and then run away.
Sounds good. So, what's your opinion on the mod?
I think it's good. I like it. I mean, it's like being able to play any older game is it's just better.
Yep.
And I don't think anyone would disagree with you there.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to find any other racing game in the arcade genre where you can play with 20 people, you know, where you just have a good game, we can have a good time.
Yeah, no, it's good fun, and it's nice to see it for Carbon, because I feel obviously we had it in Most Wanted, similar project.
I mean, it was crazy. They announced this 2 years before the actual release. Like,
oh, really?
They gave themselves a 2-year development schedule. To be fair, I kind of forgot about it along the way, and then people were like, "Hey, this year Carbon Online." I was like, "Oh shit, yeah, that was 2 years ago," because I don't think they had any trailers in between.
Who am I playing with? I'm playing with Kuru HS.
Like completely.
Like completely. Wreckfest. The new one comes out next month, I think. Next month.
End of March, I think. It's probably gonna be another early access, right? The first Wreckfest was also in early access forever.
Gotta do more? Alright. Easy. How much horsepower is my GTR making? I think it was like... How much was it? Was it like... It's just shy of 500.
Nice. That was a good number.
It is, yeah. Basically, I've got a turbo that basically I can't use to its full extent, because I will blow up my engine because I haven't forged it. So as soon as I forge it, I will make more like 800 wheel, which is it's just not necessary.
That's not the point.
No.
It's about the number.
I will break my car.
It's about the wheel spins you can do.
Yeah. I also really like the turbo lag. It's kind of fun. You get nothing until about like 4,000 standard. But if I forge it, it's not going to take anywhere near as much. Turbo lag is fun.
Gotta have those kicks to the back of your head, right?
Yeah. Yeah, this is so cool. I mean, I never played Carbon Online, so this is my first time playing Carbon Online.
Crazy, if you think about it.
Yeah.
All the way to 2025.
Yeah, I always wanted the PS2 network adapter, but I never got one.
Yeah, I think in later revisions it was just included in the console.
Yes,
but I
in the
remember
Slim, I think? Yeah.
Yeah. I remember the GameCube also didn't have a adapter, but to be fair, none of the games supported it anyways. As far as I remember, only Phantasy Star Online supported online on the GameCube. Because most developers were like, well, nobody's gonna buy the adapter. And to be fair, Nintendo had like no infrastructure whatsoever.
I mean, they still kind of don't. So that doesn't really surprise me.
Yeah. I mean, obviously it's miles better than it was on the
Wii,
and nobody used the Wii U, but They've come a long way. But
They have, yeah.
GameCube was interesting. Basically, they said, yeah, the drop-in adapter exists, but we're not gonna host anything. Like, if you want to make an online game, you have to host everything.
Figure it out.
You have to figure it out. We give you the hardware if people buy it.
Yeah, now I
Funny thing
see.
is, like, people are still running private servers for that game.
Really?
If you want to play Final Fantasy Star Online, you can. I'm not sure you actually need original hardware. You definitely can. But
Yeah, you probably emulate.
it runs on emulator, yeah.
I love how easy it is to emulate PS2 games and stuff these days. It's
Yeah.
so crazy.
Like anything in that PlayStation 2 and before era is super easy.
Oh
to
yeah,
emulate.
yeah. Even on like Android
Evo X
portables.
plus $20,000 giveaway win.
PS2, PSP, PS1, Nintendo 64, GameCube, Wii, all runs fantastically well. And to be honest, the other Nintendo stuff isn't that hard to render.
Yeah, no.
Like, Wii, which also very easy to be emulated.
I think honestly of the day though, this Corvette might be my favorite. This actual race car. Which
Oh yeah, the C6,
Not-
C6R.
not that surprising really when you think about it for more than a second.
Yeah.
The race car is good at racing.
Who would have thought?
This is why people visit the stream for this
Heard it here first, guys.
incredible incredible review.
Only the hottest news.
The Viper was your favorite. I don't even remember what Viper's in this game.
Huh.
F1 Ferrari plus $450 million giveaway win.
Okay.
I think so.
I get muddied as to what cars are in these old games, I really do. But I remember there's usually about 40.
Yeah, it's not that many.
No. But to be honest, I
still
didn't mind it.
managed.
I really didn't mind it.
That is true, yeah. I mean, probably for the lack of other games that have a lot of cars. Then again, you had the Gran Turismo games with hundreds of cars.
Oh, they peaked at like 1600, I think.
Yeah, for GT6, right?
Yeah, but, you know, PS2 models, like,
Yeah.
really bad.
Like, just add everything in there. Make the game 200 gigabytes large.
70 Miatas. 70 GTRs. But no, they went the better route in the end, didn't they? 1200. No, I think they added some over time, so it might be a bit more than that. Nice. All right. Well, this has been good fun. Thanks for having me,
Indeed.
Mr. Kuru.
Good games.
I am sure we shall play some more games.
Yeah, they just need to make them, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's
give us some new racing games that have a working multiplayer.
Yeah,
That would be
exactly.
nice.
and we're not talking months later.
Yeah.
All right. Goodbye, my friend. Have a good rest of your stream.
You too, man. Will do. Bye bye.
Okay, chat. Was that cool? Was that enjoyable? Did you like that? Thanks so much for joining us. I'm gonna get some food and chill out. Here's a game I'm gonna play. I'm gonna go play the Monster Hunter beta with my friend. What do you think about that? Should I stream Monster Hunter when it comes out? I kind of like Monster Hunter. Been Monster Hunter guy since the like PSP days. Good game. Good game. All right. Thank you very much. Did I give Kuru the raid? I don't know how to raid. How do I raid? Oh, I found it. There's a big button that says raid. And there's Kuru. Start raid. There you go. Go Twitch, go. Get it going. All right, peace out. In a bit, lads.